Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys today? I am doing well. I had a decent night of sleep, even though I had a really bad allergy attack yesterday, and I'm ready to get some reading done. I finished Black Hawk Down yesterday. So, I'll be looking forward to talking about that. I'm going to start off by reading The Confessions of Nat Turner. I'm trying to do about 20 pages a day in this, and I don't know if you can see. There you go. And annotating it as I go along because I have so much to say about that book. And then I will be switching over to Armadale, which I was hoping to finish this weekend, but I don't know if I'm just having mixed feelings about the book. When I finally start reading this, I enjoy it, but until then, it's going so slow for me. Um, I mean, partially because the words on the page are really small, but I'm just not picking it up like I have other books by Wilkie Collins. So I don't know. We'll see what we make of that. But I'm doing well, though I have like a crick in my neck. I don't know what I did, but yeah. So if I seem a little like robotic and moving my torso instead of my head, that's why. So does anybody else, whenever they get a crick in their neck, have like that half a second of like, did I step on a rusty nail? Do I have tetanus? Like, I do that every time for no good reason. Anyway, let's get to the comments and see how you guys are doing. Hello, Mary Hope. Good morning, everyone. She says, I'll be switching between coursework and reading Warbreaker and Forged in Magic for today. Excited for these sprints. I'm excited for them too. I'm hoping to get lots done. And those sound like some good books. I have Warbreaker. I've been wanting to read it. I can see it right over there because I rearranged my bookshelves. Look, they're only one book deep now. Because I realized I can start packing up the books that like I've already read and I'm not planning on reading. Anyway, tell me, Mary Hope, how you're liking Warbreaker. But no spoilers, of course. And good morning, James. How are you doing? And James says, hello, sick. So I'm going slow with my reading today. Oh no, I'm sorry you're sick. But at least, hopefully if you're able to read, you can be cozy today. Gonna be reading The Sword of Summer, book 14 of 23 of my Percy Jackson read through. Okay, you're doing pretty good. You're getting like on the way there. You're going to be done soon. And good morning, Kay, or good afternoon to you. How are you doing today? And what are you going to be working on? Let me know. And James says, I've only 100 pages left of it. Okay, well, depending on how you're feeling, maybe you'll get through that or you'll at least get a good way into it. And Vanessa says, good morning, doing some work today, waiting for my grocery order to arrive. Very good. Good morning, Vanessa. I hope you have a great work day today. Did you get anything good in your grocery order or just like, same old, same old? And Mary Hope says, good morning to James and Vanessa and Kay. And Kay says, I sadly stopped reading Wheel of Time after losing my mojo with it. Uh, I add, I am sick with a double ear infection. Oh gosh, and your face is swollen and a mess. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hate ear infections. Those can get really painful, and yeah, they really affect more than just your ear. So I really hope you start feeling better too, Kay. It's sickness is going around, let me tell you. What book were you on in the Wheel of Time? Were you on Eye of the World, or were you like deeper into the series? And James says hello to Mary Hope. And Kay says, did pick up Atlas Paradox and made a small start in that, so we'll try and read some more today. Okay, well, that sounds good. And that might feel better while you're sick too, because like there's a quicker end to it. So hopefully that works out for you. Good morning, Tina. How are you? And she says, hello, good morning, all. And hello, Kelly Nicole. How are you? Good morning to you. Good morning, Rita. How are you doing this morning? I know you've been up for a while. Good morning, Lori. Lori says, nice to see you all. Happy to be joining my first sprints on your channel. Well, welcome, Lori. Glad to have you here. Let me know in the comments what you'll be reading or doing. I always like to know. And good morning, Donna. How are you? Oh, I hope your neck feels better soon. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure it will. It just seems like it's just, I don't know. I don't know what I did. I must have slept on it weird. But worst case scenario, I have Pilates tomorrow, and that seems to work out all my kinks. So that sounds really weird, but you know what I mean. And good morning, Laura. How are you today? Hi, hope all are well. Reading Call of the Sea by Emily B. Rose. It's for literature and girl band readathons. Very nice. Call of the Sea. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one, but I hope you're enjoying it and get some good reading done today. And Donna says, I just got laundry in, need to wash my hair. I'm going to read Sweet and Bitter Magic by Adrian Tooley. Very nice. You've got all the things planned for today. So I hope you get lots done. I finished Black Hawk Down, like I said, so I don't have an audiobook anymore. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. Maybe I'll try and see if there's one for Armadale. I don't know, because I do like having an audiobook so that during the sprints I can sort of alternate between the two. And so one sprint I'm sitting and the other one I'm stretching my legs because otherwise I get like super, super cramped up. Uh, and Rita says, "Aw, stinkers. I hate when that happens to my neck." She says, "Do I have tetanus?" Like, really, I'm telling you, like that thought crosses my mind every single time. But I know I don't because I did recently just actually step on a rusty nail and had to get a tetanus shot. So, yeah, I don't recommend it. The shot was fine, but like it went into my toe hurt worse than anything else. Anyway, Kay says, a few of us have started the week with aches and pains. I know. What's going on? Well, hopefully, maybe the week started bad, but let's hope it finishes good. And Laura says, Warbreaker is so good. Oh, you read it, Laura? Is it? I've heard nothing but good things about it. Like, I don't think I've heard a single person say a bad thing about it. Isn't it a series now? Like, is there a second book to it now? Or it's going to be a series or something, which I can't stand because I'm not a series girl. I wish there were more standalone fantasies because I do like fantasies, but I don't want to keep reading it forever. Like it's not that much of a favorite of mine. And Laura says, feel better, James and Nicole. Thank you, Laura. And Mary Hope says, it's my first Brandon Sanderson. Oh, yeah, that would be my first too if I start it. I started a while ago and put it down, but I'm picking it up and committed to finishing it before the month ends. Really enjoying the magic system. Nice. Yeah, I've heard it's all about the magic system in there. Really unique, really fun, really good. Yeah, making me want to read it. Tina says, I'm reading The Ranch by Danielle Steele and Murder on Cape Cod by Maddie Day. Nice, nice. I feel like I never hear about Danielle Steele anymore. Like anybody else feel that way? Like back in the 90s, it was like 2000, everything was Danielle Steele all the time. All the movies, all the books, everywhere in the store. And now, like, is she even still alive? Is she writing books anymore? Like, I've never read any of her books, but I've owned some in the past. And good morning, Kat. Kat says, good morning, Nicole and friends. Hope everyone is doing well. I've been reading Holly by Stephen King this morning. Ooh, starting the morning with the horror. And about to feed dogs and make my green drink. Lots to do today. Well, sounds like you have got yourself off to a good start and you're doing what you enjoy. And yeah, pet the doggies for me. And Kat says, oh, including a dental visit. Ah, okay. Well, all right. Hoping that goes well for you and that it's just a good checkup and everything's clear and good. And James says to Laura, thanks. It's a headache and slight queasiness. Oh, I have no idea where it came from. Yeah, that's life with sickness a lot of times, right? And Jackie Lou's book queue. Love your name. Welcome. I don't think you've ever been here before, but welcome to my sprints. And says, good morning. I'm reading Remarkably Bright Creatures. How are you enjoying that? I've seen that book around. I absolutely love the cover of it. And even though I'm not seriously interested in reading the book, I partially want to just so I can hold that book cover for a while because it's so pretty. Kelly Nicole says, I'll be getting together all my stuff for taxes. Ah, boo. Yeah. But then reading Ruthless Vows. Yay. Ah, yeah, taxes. Oh gosh. Could they figure out a way to gamify that? Like, so that it could be fun? Like, I don't know. It feels like a game anyway, I guess. Laura says it was my first Brandon Sanderson too. I think it's a good one to start with because it's one of his rare standalones. Yeah, and that's why I find people recommend it a lot too, Laura, is because they're like it's one and done. And I know a lot of people like Warbreaker better than Elantris, which is also a standalone, but some people like that one, some people don't. I need to be careful with my neck here. I'm like, Vanessa says hi to Mary Hope and to James and to Kay and to Tina and Craft Corner and Rita, Laura, Donna, Kat, and anyone else I missed. Yeah, I think you got a lot of them. So, but yeah. And Kay says I started Brandon Sanderson with Elantris Yahtzee and think his standalone duos are good ones to start. Yes, very nice. Glad that worked out for you. And Laura says, feel better, Kay. And Kay says, I was only book one, which is why I stopped. Okay. Yeah, it is a big investment in Eye of the World. And depending on where you are, in my opinion, it started to get a little repetitive in terms of the plot. Like where it's just one pursuit scene after a while. And I could see how if I wasn't feeling well, I'd end up starting to feel like, okay, I get it. Like, let me move on to something else because I'm too tired. And Donna says hi to Vanessa, and so does James, and so does Laura. And Rita says hi to James and Vanessa, and hello to everyone. Ah, good mornings all around. Group hug time. And Kay says thank you for the well wishes. And James says hello to Rita. And Rita is making breakfast for the family that rolled into town this morning. So, a big day. Oh, well, very nice. Well, enjoy your time with family and making breakfast. If you like to cook, if you don't, like, good luck with it. And hopefully it'll be done soon. But I hope you have a really great time with your family. And Lori says, I am reading Fatherland. Is that nonfiction? A man comes to terms with his family's Nazi past. Oh, wow. Oh, is that the one that looks like an animation, like a cartoon cover? Is that what that book is that? I almost want to say it's a graphic novel. It seems familiar. I might have to look that up later. But how is it? How are you liking it? Is it good? And Donna says it is family day here, so kids are home. Might also play a game with them. Fun. What games do you and your family like to play, Donna? We used to play games all the time with our kids, but well, with our son and our niece when she lived with us, but we seem to be past that stage. And good morning, Tia. Tia says, hi, all. I'm working and listening to Wonder by Christina C. Jones for the Pokemon readathon. Well, welcome. I don't think I've seen you around here before, but I hope your work goes well and that you are enjoying your book. What is your book about? I haven't heard of that one. And Tina says, hi, Vanessa, and good morning. And Tia, oh, I got confused with names there for a second. Tina and Tia. Tia says, yes, I love Warbreaker. Yeah, yeah. See, everybody loves Warbreaker, it seems. I'm waiting for somebody to be like, I hate Warbreaker, because I'd really want to hear that opinion. And Servasha says, or good morning, by the way, Servasha, how are you doing? Says, good morning, starting All the Sinners Bled by S.A. Cosby. After I get coffee, of course. Yes, 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 yes. I have had my coffee. And how are you liking that? Oh, well, you're starting it. So maybe you don't know how you like it yet. But I have not heard of that one by S.A. Cosby. I've not read any S.A. Cosby, but I do hear him mentioned quite frequently. And I think it's like what, Razor Blade Tears, and the one that's like blacktop something are the ones that I hear about the most on YouTube. And Rita says, Hubs has been hacking on me at nighttime. Oh no, trying to give me that bug that's going around. Oh no, no, no. But your immune system's blocking it. Okay. And you're wearing Wonder Woman's cuffs. That's that's great, Rita. I hope that keeps working for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Stay well. And I hope your husband feels better soon too. And Kay says, yep, Danielle Steele was the saucy one with another I can recall the name of. Yeah, 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 yeah. She was. She was like the cat's meow, dog's bow wow. as some would say, namely just my mother. And James says, "Don't worry, Danielle Steele books are everywhere at work. I cannot last one day without seeing any of her stuff." Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So she's still selling. And Rita says, "Feel better soon. You guys being sick is no bueno." So true. And Tina says, "Yeah, I feel like Danielle Steele is in the same category as Nora Roberts. Her books are everywhere." Yeah, Nora Roberts, Danielle Steele, James Patterson. I feel like everywhere you can find their books, at the grocery store, everywhere. And Vanessa says to Jackie, "I adored that book." Nice. It's always fun to find people who like the same books that you do. And Laura says, "I was obsessed with Daniel Steele as a teenager. Not sure it was entirely appropriate for me to read in that age range looking back." I know. I think that too sometimes about books that I think, oh, I read that in high school. And then I read it again later or think about it. And I'm like, hmm, interesting that I was reading that in high school or middle school sometimes. And Laura gives a high five to Tia. And Tina says, "But for me, this is my first Danielle Steele, and I'm really enjoying it. And Nora Roberts is already my favorite author." Well, cool. Well, then now you found another very prolific author. I love when that happens, when I find a new author that I like who has written a lot, because then I can just keep reading them, especially when their books are already out. And Kat says, "Hello to Vanessa." And Jackie says, "I think the part with the octopus is amazing. I wish the entire book was from his perspective, but suppose we need the rest since he can't leave the aquarium. It is good so far." You know, I know Remarkably Bright Creatures, and then I think it's like the octopus under the mountain or the something under the mountain, but they're both two really popular books about octopuses and or octopi, and you get their perspective in both of the books, and everything I hear from people in both cases is they wanted more octopus. So, I might have to do, like, all the octopus books because that just sounds great to me. And Lori says, "No, not a graphic novel, Fatherland. You might be thinking of Mouse." Okay. Yeah. No, I know what Mouse is, and I feel like I've seen Fatherland, or there's some other book that's a similar thing that maybe just the cover makes me think it's a graphic novel. I'll look it up and let you know. But anyway, I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, it sounds like a hard book to, you know, find joy in, but like I hope you're at least getting a lot out of the book. Donna says, "Video games. Oh, you guys play video games. Fun. Mario Kart and others, Crazy Eights card games, and we just got Cards Against Humanity Family Edition." Oh, good times. You guys are going to have lots of fun. I hope. And Tia says, "Wonder is an Alice in Wonderland retelling with a dystopian setting." Oh, yeah, well, that would kind of make a lot of sense, right? And Christina C. Jones is one of my favorite authors as well. Very nice. Are you doing the readathon that is like the retelling readathon? I can't think of what it's called. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. But there's a booktuber who is doing a readathon that's like all about retellings of like classic stories and fairy tales and stuff like that. And Sarasha says, "Razorblade Tears was one of my favorite books of all time. Read it in 2 sittings and haven't stopped thinking about it. And that was 2 years ago." Amazing. That is like such a great recommendation for that book. And Kat says, "I'll be remeeting." I don't know what that is. I combined a few words there. "I'll be reading Remarkably Bright Creatures in March." Oh, the cute little octopus. Mwah. Oh, well, very nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it too, Kat. Like I said, I know a lot of people seem to have really liked that book and have liked the octopus in it. So I hope you enjoy that. So I have miraculously reached the end of the comments. So I'm going to go ahead and start our sprints. I will be going till about 5 o'clock today. So I've got an extra long day planned for myself. So I'm going to start us with a nice 45-minute sprint and get us going and reading. So I think that will be great. And I hope you all enjoy your books. Sounds like everybody's got some great things that they're reading and going through. So happy reading. I'll see you and talk to you after the sprint. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went really well. I got my 20 pages of Nat Turner done for today. I'm glad I decided to read it over time because I don't think I could stand more than 20 minutes or 20 pages of that book a day. Um, yeah, I'm just not going to keep talking about it. So I'm excited to get to Armadale next. So I might, like I said, see if there's an audiobook of it so that I can listen to the audiobook on this round. But let's go to the comments and see how you guys did. Mary Hope said, "Woohoo for extra long sprinting today." I know, I feel the same way. I'm super excited to like really just have some downtime and get focused and get my reading done. So yeah, and Inya says, "Hi all, finished Voyage of the Damned yesterday, and now I don't know what to read." Ah, that's always a problem. Maybe I should just pick something from my TBR jar. Do it. Do it. I would totally be playing a game if I didn't know what to read next because yeah, I you know, I don't know. I have so many books and like I am a mood reader, but I have to have a smaller pile of books to mood read from. I can't mood read from my entire shelf because it'll take me a week to decide what to read next. I am like, look in awe at people who are like, I finished a book. Let me go and look at my hundreds of books. I'll read this one next. Like that process is so slow for me. And Laura says, "How did you find Voyage of the Damned?" I have that on my list for a secret video I'm putting together. Ooh, that's fun. Well, hopefully that goes well, Laura, and hopefully you like the book because otherwise the secret will be you hated it. So, but hopefully that won't be what it is. And and let me know if I'm saying your name right. I'm reading it as Inya. Um, and Enya says to Laura, "It surprised me. I had a lot of fun reading it and gave it 4.5 stars." Nice. Sounds good. And Laura also said, "Nice." So sounds good to both of us. And Vanessa said, "Sheesh, I feel like it took longer to put away my groceries than it did to actually pick out what I needed for my delivery." I totally feel you there, especially if like you order online and you know what you're getting and it's like mostly reordered stuff. Yeah, there are times where I'm like, why is this like such a finicky grocery order? Well, sounds like you got them all away at least. Mary Hope said she made it to page 44 in Warbreaker and had a bagel for breakfast. Yummy. What kind of bagel? What kind of toppings do you like on it? Anybody have any favorites for that? Kelly Nicole said, "I think everything is in order for my taxes, ready to read during the next sprint." Nice. There you go. On to the yay. Now that you've gotten through the boo. And Kay said, "Read about 28 pages. So confusing Atlas books, but still intriguing reads." That's interesting that you say that, Kay, because I feel like I've heard other people mention that the books are surprisingly kind of confusing for some reason. And good morning, Jaleesa. Good to see you. And that Turner book must be something else. Yeah, it's something else. It's just I have come up with the perfect analogy for what I feel like reading this book is, and so it will be explained eventually. And Jaleesa says, "Good morning, everyone. I'm working from home today. Looking forward to having you all to keep me company." Well, I enjoy keeping you company as well, Jaleesa, because I know you're always working from home on Mondays. So I'm glad we can be there to share the experience with you. And I will be on until 5 o'clock today. So, maybe your whole work day, depending on how many hours you work each day. And hello, Sue. Sue says, "Hello, late joiner here. I read a chapter in my book." Very good. What are you reading, Sue? Let us know. And I think this might be your first time here. So if so, hello and welcome. And if not, welcome back. Good to have you. Tina says, "How do some doctor's appointments how to do some doctor's appointment scheduling stuff. Oh, had to do. And fed my cat breakfast. Very good. Well, hopefully now everybody has had breakfast in your household, including the kitty." And Tina says, "I'm going to go take a shower now." Good. Tina's chucking through all the stuff on her list. And hello, Susan. How are you? And says, "Hi, getting late getting started today, still continuing. He knew he was right." Hi, everyone. How are you liking He Knew He Was Right, Susan? I think we talked about this last week that I have it up on my shelf. I want to know, are you enjoying it? Is it good? I know like Trollop's one of those people who liked series, and this is one of his few standalones. So it's probably one of the ones. Well, I already started the Warren in the Barchester series, so whatever. But I know he has a couple of standalones. And Kat says, I did morning chores during that sprint. I am getting dressed now and will be tackling my to do list next before leaving for my dental appointment. No reading for me until later this afternoon. Well, that's okay, Kat. We're here to keep you company doing whatever you're doing. And it sounds like you are also checking off those things. So good for you. And Sophia, hello, Sophia. How are you? Hey, guys. Tired today, but I have some schoolwork I need to finish today. So glad for these long sprints. Well, there you go, Sophia. We'll be here with you as you do your. Is it the same project that you've been working on? Like, I know you've had like I don't want to say art project. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but I know you do like art design of some type. So I hope that is going well for you and that you get a lot done today. And hello, Christina. How are you? And Christina says, hi, hope everyone is well. I am just getting up and need to find some coffee, showing some love with the like. Thanks, Christina. And I hope you enjoy your coffee this morning. And Mary Hope says, Asiago cheese bagel with plain cream cheese. Delicious. Glad you're enjoying it. I mean, you said yummy. I'm saying delicious. And Kat says, I love blueberry bagels with honey and pecan cream cheese or pumpkin spice cream cheese. Oh, wow. I like that honey pecan sounding cream cheese on that blueberry bagel. Yum. That does sound yum. It says, yeah, you pronounced it quite good. Oh, okay. It's hard to pronounce as it's a German nickname, and I have no idea how to spell it differently. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll play around in that with that in my mind. I know some I learned German in high school, so I still have a little bit of an idea of the difference between how German vowels and words are pronounced versus English. But I will not bore us all by trying it here. But perhaps the next time I come to your next comment, I will have a slightly better pronunciation of it because it is not Inya. Um, yeah, I'll have to think about that though. But Inya would be kind of close. I get what you're saying. Well, welcome, and it's glad to have you here. And Kat says hi to Christina. And Tia says, decided to watch some YouTube videos, getting the watch later list down. We'll read on the next sprint. Yep, yep. I don't know why, but it was only just, I want to say this month that I finally started using the watch later because I used to just queue a whole bunch of things. But I didn't realize that the watch later actually saves that list and then has that handy button where you can remove things that you've watched. Yeah, that button is now my friend. Did you watch any good videos, Tia? Like anything, you wanna tell us we should also, like, check out? Fun stuff? Book stuff? Other stuff? Um, you know what, guys? Let me know. What is the strangest, like, channel or, like, offbeat channel that you watch that you feel like is, like, maybe not the typical content? Like, mine would probably be Girl with the Dogs, where she's, like, a dog groomer. And I just sit there and watch her groom dogs. And like she does shorter videos and she does longer videos because she has like two separate channels depending on which one you want to watch. I watch both. I don't know why. I just really enjoy watching her groom the dogs. So let me know if you have a fun little channel that you like to watch. That's kind of like when you stop and think about it, like this is kind of weird content to be watching. And then Sue says, on tour with an alien rock star. That sounds amazing. I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds really fun. And Christina says, good morning to Kat. And Yes says, and I think I will read Skin of the Sea. Only problem, I only have the first book here if I really like it, and I didn't want to buy more books this month. I know. A bookworm problem, right? Like, what do you do? Can you get the rest from your library or as like a digital loan, even? So that you could read it digitally, like the second book digitally until you could get buy the physical copy later? And Susan says he knew it, he was right is good about relationships, but not as good as Mansfield Park. Okay, I would suggest it for a next read. Also, he knew he's right. It's very long. Yes, yeah. Anthony Trollope is kind of like some of those other Victorian writers, not brief. But glad you're enjoying it. Jackie says hi to Vanessa, or speaking to Vanessa, I wish I could meet this octopus. Oh, that sounds so cute. And Kay says to Christina, on the morning hunt for coffee. Yeah, exactly. That's the true great hunt right there. Christina says, always on the hunt for my coffee. Yes, yes, yes. And Enya says, and I love the name Enya, how you pronounce it, so it's absolutely fine. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, it's fun, right? Like I just say it with an American accent. So there you go. Sophia, it's a mix of a project I've been working on and need to wrap up and a new one. Oh, okay. I got you. Can it be spring break already? Yeah, true, right? When is your spring break? Like are you close? Hopefully you're close. And Christina says Bob Ross. Okay, Christina. I I don't know why you just said Bob Ross, but I love Bob Ross. Like I won't get started here. Oh, you watch Bob Ross? Is that what this is? Yes, Christina, I'm here with you on that. I heart Bob Ross. Like, I'm now tempted to bring out all my Bob Ross paraphernalia to show you, but I won't just yet. But yeah, Bob Ross, he's my comfy place. Him and Mr. Rogers, man, I took some good naps to those guys as a kid and also watched their shows. Mr. Rogers was a much better nap than Bob Ross, though. Bob Ross, I kind of wanted to see the painting, but Mr. Rogers, man, his voice would just so peaceful. And Susan says the Y flies. Very strange. What is that, Susan? I have not heard of that. Oh, not the Y flies, the Y files. I still haven't heard of it. And it sounds interesting. Is it like why stuff happens? I don't know if yes, Bob Ross is magical. Yeah, 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 absolutely is. And Heather says, hello, hello, Heather. How are you doing? Just tuned in. I'll be working. I'm slow today. Maybe I need more coffee. To answer your question, I love certain ASMR channels. Oh, very nice. Do you have a particular thing that you like them to be doing on it? Or do you just like to watch a variety? Like, do you have a favorite ASMR? Just wondering. And then I do have to say, Christina, if you like Bob Ross, there is a channel that's like tribal people try things that I believe is with like people from Pakistan, I believe, who live in more remote villages, and they have them try different things. This guy's doing like a study or something like that. And one of the things that he does is one time he has them try painting, like one time he just has them watch a Bob Ross video, and the second time he actually has them paint along with Bob Ross. Oh my gosh, best thing I've ever seen. And they also ended up loving Bob Ross. Like, yeah, just had to throw that out there. And Kay says, Foster Kitten Mama is a newer channel, and I follow her on Instagram. Initially, such cute videos tore my heart. Oh, that sounds so cute. I love cat videos on Instagram. It ended up being like my favorite thing to watch on there. And my husband was like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "Cat videos." And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "On Instagram." And then he started watching them and he's like, "Oh my gosh, these are so cute." Yep, you'll get sucked in. And Jaleesa says, laugh out loud. I watched the guy that doing acrobatic challenges, like jumping over rows of solo cups or jumping through a window half closed without touching the frame. Wow, that sounds crazy. Yeah, I could see how that would get like, let me keep watching this. And sometimes I play wood soup ASMR videos in the background if I don't feel like having noise without words. Nice. Yeah, isn't it funny the things that we just like end up watching on the TV or on YouTube? Jackie says, "Oh, he's not cute. He's frightening, but I love him." Is that Bob Ross? Is that cute, frightening, but you love him? I missed the connection when this popped up. Sorry. And then it says, "Unfortunately, not. I would try to people. because I have no self-control. I feel that, and she's talking about, the second book in a series that she wants to start and not having the second book, and having to buy the second book even though she was trying not to. And Heather says, "Oh, Jaleesa, wood soup ASMR. I'm going to look that up." Yeah, see, there you go. Somebody else. And hi, Nikia. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for coming on. I hope you're doing well today. And Jaleesa says, "It's a vibe, Heather. Wood beads is a bowl of water. I don't know why, but it works for me." Oh, that sounds kind of interesting. I might also have to look up that channel now. Ah, hmm. Yeah, I could see that making a pleasant sound. And Christina says, "Yes, we love Bob. My hubby has a t-shirt. I have a t-shirt too. Is it the, like, mine's a tie-dyed one with Bob Ross's head. Is that the one that he has? Does he have a different one? And we have a finger puppet magnet of Bob. That sounds adorable." And Heather says, "There is one ASMR I love where you are walking to Hogwarts." Ooh, that sounds cool. And I also like the coffee shop ones and blizzards outside since I'm in South Florida. Yeah, there you go. So then you get to experience all the seasons. And Tia says, "I watched two booktuber videos, Tatiana Volt and Jasmine Sierra, and watched a pro hockey game review. I'm a hockey fan newbie." Very cool. And I feel like I know who the first of those booktubers are. I'll have to check them out. Let me star your comment so I remember to do that, because otherwise I won't remember to do that. Except it's not letting me go and star your comment. It's just letting me click on it. Sorry, guys. Okay, Christina says, "I just love how 1 second is just some color on the canvas and then all of a sudden it looks real." Yeah, I know. He's incredible. Incredible with that. And Laura says, "I got to page 24, but my Speechify is being awkward, so it's slowing me down." Ah, darn. Well, hey, that's still pretty good progress, though. Jaleesa says, "Matt LaRose is the acrobatics movement channel, and the Wood Soup ASMR channel is called Wood Soup Girl." Hmm. Tia says, "Is it okay if I can put the links of the booktubers videos if anyone wants to watch them?" Yeah, you can. The only thing I know is that it won't show up as like a click through link because YouTube doesn't let you do that in chats. But I'm completely fine with that. So yeah. So if you put the links to the videos or if you just want to put what their channel name is, that might be easier for people to find. Jackie Lou's Book Cube says, "The octopus in Remarkably Bright Creatures is frightening." Oh, really? How interesting. I thought in one of the two books it was like a friendly one. Hmm. Jaleesa says, "Bob Ross is so calming. I want to just sit on a comfy couch with a cup of tea and watch him dap and brush away. I'm always surprised at the end of his videos." Yes. And can we also talk about how Bob Ross is like ultimate ASMR, like maybe the OG with that like that is the best sound in the world. So, because he's not always talking through his videos, and there's definitely times where all you're hearing is that brush on that canvas, and I love that sound. And Christina says, "No, it is a gray with his head, and it says no mistakes, just happy accidents." Yeah, I have the uh something similar. Like we just have happy little accidents is what mine is, but mine's tie-dyed. And Christina says, "It won't let you out in the links." Yeah. And Christina says, "You have to just put in the channel name." Yep. And Laura says, "I love lo-fi when I'm reading or studying." Yep, I love lo-fi too, Laura. And Servasha says, "I have small humans out of school today for President's Day demanding to be fed, so I was forced to cook the last sprint." Ah, that happens. Hopefully you'll get to read in this one, and we'll start in just a moment. And Nikia says, "I watched the documentary on Bob Ross, broke my heart." I don't know if I've seen that. I might have to write that down. I'm trying to think, like, I've seen different things on Bob Ross, but I don't know that I've seen his documentary. He had a very interesting life. I feel like I have because I feel like I know what happened at the end of his life. Yes, original ASMR. Yeah. And Jaleesa says, "Jackie Lou, octopus are creepy in general. I read a short story where one latched onto a human and tried to take over their body." That sounds like old sci-fi movie right there. peak creepy sea creatures. And Christina said, our cat liked to watch him at night. So when there is no late light sprints, we put him on for her. Oh my gosh. I love your cat. Your cat has very good taste. That's so funny. And because cats can see television really well, where only some dog breeds can because of the cones in their eyes and blah, blah, blah. So I think that's so interesting. Maybe she liked the way he would be moving and stuff would be appearing. I mean, that's what we like about it, right? She probably likes that ASMR as well. Too bad he never did a bird for her or something, right? Or fish. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into our next sprint. I'm totally going to bring out Bob Ross for you guys because, yes, Bob Ross. and Tia real quickly said, oh, great, their channels are just their names. Okay, well, there's their channel names. If I can pull them up during this sprint, I'll pop them in the comments if people want to check them out because I can put links in the description for you. So thanks for the recommendations. And you guys can go back and look through the chat and write down all the other fun channels that we watch on various weird things. So I'm going to reset our timer real quickly because we went a little long there chatting, but that's okay. So we'll have a full 45 minutes and I will see you after the sprint. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Let me know how that sprint went for you guys. I did bring my little friend Bob to join us here in our happy little place. So that sprint went well for me. Sorry, I'm scooching about here. I didn't read Armadale yet. I haven't started reading that because I was just thinking about some things that I wanted to say and talking about my books. And so I real quickly picked up How to Read a Book. If you're a real like book criticism nerd, I guess, like I am, uh, I really like this book. It's pretty dense, but there are like audio versions of it and stuff. And there's that one app where you can listen to like abbreviated versions of books. I would recommend that for this. This book has a section on fiction that I like to read and reread sometimes. Anyway, let me know how your reading went. I just read and took some notes on that pretty much the entire time. So, yeah, let's go to the comments and see what you guys are up to. Um, oh yeah, Tio was sharing with us about those two channels. And Sina, is it pronounced? Said hi, hello, welcome. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Coda said, good morning, notes, morning, friends. Hello, Coda. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well and that your day is going well. Are you working today? And Laura says, hi to Coda and hope you're feeling better. Oh no, were you sick too, Coda? It's going around. Like lots of us aren't feeling so great. And Coda says, hey to Laura and thank you. And Kelly Nicole says, up to page 182. My mom is visiting, so I have to go. But thank you for the sprints. You're very welcome, Kelly. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you got some good reading in and hope you have a good time with your mom. And hello, bookskers and purrs rather. I'm just inserting words. How are you doing today? Happy Monday to you as well. You know, I don't know that I know your name, though you may have told me last week. So if you want to, let me know what your name is. Angelisa says, good morning to Coda. And in Books and Gers, it says, I'm determined to finish The Color Purple this morning. All right. Well, hopefully we will get you there. How far are you and how is it going? That's a pretty heavy book. If I recall from the little bit that I read of it. And the movie for sure would give me the idea that it's a heavy book because I know the book contains more than the movie. Mary Hope says she made it to page 75 in Warbreaker. Nice, it's going really quick. And started reading an article on gender achievement gap in college science. Oh, interesting. So, what did you learn? Tell me. Let me know. That sounds very fascinating. And Kat says, I filmed an intro, outro for the weekend vlog. Now about to make phone calls and write emails. You are being super productive today, Kat. You've got all the things that you're doing. And Kat says, hi to Leslie. Ah, okay. There we go. And Sina says, got carried away with my French studies and started making a game to practice sentence structure. Nice. I love gamifying language. I think it's fairly easy to do and just makes the whole process of learning another language so much easier and better. At least for me, it does. And Leslie says hi to Kat. And Jackie says, I got another 5% read. That was really good. Great. Was it really good that you got another 5% read, or was the 5% that you read really good? Hopefully it was both. And Christina says, good morning to Coda. And Leslie says, thank you for the recommendation, Nicole. You are welcome. And Alicia, hello, Alicia. Hello, right back to you. And Alicia says, hi, Kat. I'm catching up on YouTube videos while eating my club sandwich. Very good. Well, I hope you watch some videos you enjoy. And Tia says, at 20% of wonder, it's so good. Oh, nice. Glad to hear it. And Laura says, just did my social media post and some post creation on Procreate for a prompt. That was a lot of P's. Post, Procreate, and prompt for a literature readathon. I nearly forgot to do it. Eek. Oh, well, glad you remembered. Glad you remembered. Anybody else a big fan of alliteration? I know I am. And Jaleesa says, listen to a podcast during the sprint, but I plan to listen to the audiobook of Care Work by Leah Lakshmi Pepinsna Samaras. Rasinha. Wow, that was a mouthful, and hopefully I did okay with it. So, but very good. What is care work about, Jaleesa? Oh, and Jaleesa, you're participating in it. There's somebody else in the sprints who is reading Wonder. I forget the whole title of the book, but it is a retelling of Alice in Wonderland. And I was mentioning that there is a like read along or readathon that's going on that's like retellings of books. And I know you know who's hosting it and what the name of it is. So if you could pop that in the comments, that would be great. And Coda says, nope, I took today through Wednesday. Nice. Not sick, still mourning and trying to piece my life back together and figure out what normal is like. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that, Coda. I'm so sorry. Oh, wow. I totally understand that. And I am so sorry to hear that. So I truly hope that you are doing okay. And I'm glad you are here and that you're taking time to take care of yourself. Much needed. So my heart goes out to you, truly. And Christina says, I did some adulting and pulled up Carissa's sprints in another tab so I can sprint hop. And I think I decided to start the day with the Great Hunt. But I may need another minute or five before I do. I know that feeling, Christina. Need another minute or five to get my life back together. And Ledley says, I saw the movie as a little kid and it's seared in my mind. So somehow I braced myself for the worst. Yeah, true. Yeah. No, that's my experience. Like I've thought about that book, I own it, and I go, okay, I know the movie was like and what the movie hinted at. I now need to mentally prepare myself to read it. I do feel like it requires preparation. And Kat says hello to Alicia. And Zena says, very much agree about making language learning fun. There's a popular idea to read Harry Potter in target language too. That's a really good idea. You know, when I was learning language, I felt like I was never taught like how to immerse yourself in it. And I have a friend who teaches French. She is not a native of any French speaking country, but she is now completely fluent in it. You would hope so, given that she teaches it. And she has just so many creative ways to get like the language into you. Like she, like you said, reads books in French and she started with like children's books and worked her way up to adult books. She watches a lot of movies in French and with the English subtitles on, or if there's a movie in English, she will put the French subtitles on it if she can. And she listens to French radio just so that she's hearing what they're hearing. She listens to a lot of French music. So she does a lot of things to immerse herself in French. And now at this point she's learned Spanish, but that was how she learned Spanish. And Jaleesa said, yes, I love alliteration, Nicole. Yep, me too. And good morning, Nikki. How are you? Yes, good morning. Yes, waking up with lots of coffee and listening to the rain. Ah, I love the sound of rain. Rain and snow are my two like weather favorites. Snow, sound of snow falling being like the first one. Did you like that little? And Nikki says, going to read The Women. Oh, that's the new Kristen Hanna book, right? Ah, let me know how it's going to be. Grab your box of tissues because she's someone who's like a major tearjerker, in my opinion. And Laura says, alliteration, absolutely. And Christina sends hugs to Coda. Yes, absolutely. And Sina says, I love alliteration and sibilance. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. What is that one? I know alliteration is like when all the words start with the same letter. And Kat says, I love alliteration. I use it all the time in my writing and made my prompts for folklore February. There's some alliteration right there, all with the letter M on purpose. Nice. Yeah, I would totally do something like that. Even my channel name, Noteworthy Fiction is because you would then say Nicole with noteworthy. Yeah, see, that was intentional on my part, even though not as obvious. And yes, we do love you, Coda. Lots of hugs and much love. Yes, absolutely. And Laura said, I'm so sorry, Coda. Thank you for sharing with us. Much love and hugs. Yes, yes. Sometimes it's really nice with reading sprints that like the chats are kind of delayed because either when you are celebrating with someone or just sharing hugs with them, like it gets mentioned when the person who is actually speaking talks about it, and then you get it again a little bit later. So happy to share that twice. And Jaleesa says, yes, there's a remixed classics read along. That's what it is. That's being hosted by Lachette over at Scarlet Moon Creations. And here's a story graph. Yep. And she has it in the comments. There you go. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Jaleesa. And Coda says, thank you, friends. It happened a month ago today. I posted on Instagram, but I haven't really spoken about it much in the chats or live streams. I totally get that, Coda. And yes, okay. I'm on the same page. I see where you are. Yeah, we see you. We love you. And Kay says, read a few pages, just purchased your how to read book. That's what I have been looking for. Son just went out to get supplies, energy drinks, not healthy, but much needed. Okay, sure. Yeah, get what you like. And yeah, it's a really good book. Like I said, it's dense. He talks about nonfiction as well as fiction. So just be aware that you probably want to read the nonfiction section first, because he starts with it first to get his overall idea through. But that if you read a lot of fiction, you do need to read the section on fiction, because he talks about how his thoughts on that. He makes an analogy between the terms he uses for nonfiction and how it would apply to fiction. So it's a bit of a like dense read, but it's good and useful for talking about books. And Tia says, Coda, I'm so sorry, sending all the love to you. Yep, absolutely. And Christina says, I read The Color Purple in middle school and loved it. Also saw the movie when it came out and loved it. Yes, hard stuff, but stuff that needs to be said. And the book or movie are different. But it was the 80s, and what they could put in the movies was a little different. Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that's sometimes, because we can sometimes be harsh on movie adaptations. But I do think that's always important to remember with movies sometimes is the things that they skip over is sometimes because movies are rated, that like are do have a rating as opposed to R-rated movies. But because movies do get ratings, sometimes to reach a certain audience, they have to leave out or adjust things to get the rating that they desire, I guess. And Kay says the women is brilliant. I loved it, gave it 6 stars. 6 stars. Wow. That's amazing. I have only read one book by Kristen Hanna. Yeah. And that was The Four Winds. And I thought her writing was really good and really enjoyed that book. Though I thought it was horribly sad at the end. And Christina says, we started watching the new musical movie for The Color Purple on Saturday, but we had to pause it for a bit. Maybe tonight we can finish it. Nice. How are you liking it so far? And Jaleesa says, yes, immersive learning is so helpful with learning new languages. I have a hard time with listening to fast speakers. My brain starts to glitch. Yep, I know that feeling. And sibilance is like S sounds, hissing sounds. Okay. And plosive is like B's and P's. Oh, interesting. I personally like really plosive sounds. Like I'm a big fan of popping P's, even though it's like, microphone no. But I like the sound of it, particularly not in a microphone. And Tia says, okay, thanks so much for sharing, Jaleesa. Yep, there you go. And Laura says, Kay, you've just helped me decide if I need to get the women. Ah, there you go. Yes, I think in a recent video you were talking about that, Laura, about whether or not you wanted that to be, I think, your book of the month club pick, right? And Kay says to Laura, yes, totally. It's typical Kristen Hanna, just pure tear-inducing brilliant writing. Yeah, I think that's about right. She makes me ugly cry, which then gives me a sinus headache. So that's why that's one of my main reasons I can't read her. And Tia says, I'm planning to read a few retellings for the Pokemon readathon, so I could also read these for this read along. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're almost through the comments. Mary Hope says the article talks about a short values affirmation intervention which lessened the achievement gap in college science, writing about personally important values like family, like friends or family. Huh. A short values affirmation intervention. Interesting. I might have to see if I can look that up and find it. Do you know, could you put in the comments, Mary Hope, what the name of the article is? And Christina says, so is that a Bob? Yes, yes, it is. It's a, well, no, he's not a bobblehead. He's a pop head. So his head doesn't bobble. But yeah, there he is. Look at you with his big eyes and his palette of paint. Bob will just sit here with me for a moment. Coda says we're halfway through TCP. The something Harry Potter. I can't think which one that would be. And you're enjoying it. The content is rough, but the writing and style are so compelling. It reads very quickly too. Hard to pick up, hard to put down. Yeah, I'm trying to think what happens in that one. My TBR is so long. I can never. Yeah. All right. Well, what are you reading today, Jim? And hello and welcome. And Jaleesa says care work is about disability justice, specifically when it involves intersectionality of being disabled, queer, trans, and a person of color. Oh, wow. Is that a nonfiction? Because that sounds like nonfiction to me. And Christina says, well, I never thought of those topics as something to sing about, but so far it is good. Yeah. Oh, good. And yeah, yeah, true. I see what you mean in terms of like singing about it in a musical. And The Color Purple, yeah. K Four Winds was good. Try the Woman though. It's classic. Uh, KS Kristen Hannah, KH, like Nightingale and Great Alone. I don't know. I couldn't read those books, Kay. So I don't know if I want to try the Kristen Hannah. And Jaleesa says, "Yay, Tia! I'm looking forward to seeing you in the Storygraph read along comments." Just gonna put Bob there. Well, maybe Bob will sit right here. Well, you can't see him. And Kay says, yes, thank you. I've been looking for a good how to read book, so your rec is welcomed. Arrives tomorrow. I will read as suggested. Awesome. Have fun with it. And Tia says, yes, the new Color Purple movie is wonderful. I shed some tears and the singing is amazing. And Coda says, I will watch the music solely because Taraja P. Henson is in it. I freaking love her. Yes, she is really good. And if you talk to my grandfather, he will tell you this really long, drawn out, roundabout story about how we are related to her. But don't tell her because she doesn't know. And he's not completely wrong, but it's just the funniest story because he just threw that one out into the wild of our family randomly one day. And we were like, we've done the ancestry, Grandpa, and you're not wrong, but it's a really dubious relationship there. Anyway, Nikki says, oh boy, this is my first Kristen Hannah. I am prepared to cry 100 pages in. Yep. And Christina says, love it. Jaleesa says that all my life I had to fight seeing hits different in my adult age, especially now that I know what it means. Yeah, I think as you mature, especially that movie, there's more and more things in it. Yeah. And Tia agrees with Taraji. And Mary Hope says, reducing the gender achievement gap in college science, a classroom study on values and affirmation. Thank you. We'll be looking it up. Kay says, my son is confused about buying a book to know how to read. Try to explaining it's about getting more out of my reading. Yeah, no, it is. It is a funny title. Okay, The Color Purple. Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense than Harry Potter. I was like, what the? Yeah, I was thinking The Prisoner of Azkaban, but like those initials were not lighting up at all. I forgot that you were also reading The Color Purple. Christina, there was a song. I am almost surprised they made it a certain conversation from the book into a song, though, about buttons. If you know, you know. Ooh, I can only imagine. Okay, and yep, you meant Kristen Hannah. And good morning to Nikki from Christina. And Jaleesa says, "Oh my gosh, I want to hear your grandfather's story about it." It's it's not epic. It's just I'll I'll have to piece it together for you on this next break. And if you remind me after the next break, I'll tell you the story. But he pops out with things like that all the time. And Christina says, "Yes, Jaleesa. Maybe Nicole will tell us during the next break." Yeah, I absolutely will. There's nothing secret about it. It's just funny the way my grandfather tells stories. And Nikki says hello to Christina. All right, there's the bottom of the comments. More to come. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss this story. Oh my gosh. Dakota says, "I want to hear this story too. You should record him telling it." Oh my gosh. I need to record everything my grandfather tells me because this is a man that has stories and that like we've just learned that he's like, "Oh, that reminds me of a time," and our whole family goes silent because we're like, what is about to be said here? And then Nikki Novel says, "I love story time." Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to go into a reading sprint, but when we come back, it will be story time. Story time with Nicole. Maybe that's what I should rename these reading sprints. Anyway, let's go into our next 45-minute sprint. This one, I am supposedly actually going to read Armadale, and we will see how that goes. All right. I'll see you guys after the sprint. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How was that reading sprint for everyone? What did I do? Oh yeah, I looked up some information and then I read about 15 pages in Armadale. So they're going on a picnic, which should be interesting for very many reasons. So, how are your books going or the work that you're doing? Let's see in the comments. Nikki was saying, I love story time. Yep, that was the information I was looking up on story time, making sure that I have the whole story correct. And Coda's laughing and smiling at the idea of story time. Christina likes the idea of story time too, as does Laura. Yes, yes. And Rachel, hello, Rachel. How are you this afternoon? And Rachel says, hope you are having a wonderful day. I hope you are having a wonderful day as well. My day is going very well. Thank you. And Jamie, hello, Jamie. How's it going? Glad to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Jamie says, hi, Nicole, joining for a bit to do some reading and some chores before I head out to the movie theater to watch the Oscar nominated live action and animated shorts. Very cool. But I hope you enjoy that. That sounds amazing. What are you reading today? Dare we ask what chores you're getting done? And Kat says hi to Jamie. And James says, hey, so I fell asleep during sprint one, but I got chicken strips in the oven and I'm feeling better than before. Yay! Okay, well, good for the nap then. Yay. Well, I hope that you just keep feeling better. So I'm glad that the sleep maybe helped, or maybe you're just starting to get better. So maybe it's a quick thing. That's always nice when you can get over something quickly. Rachel says, I washed up and got tea and a granola bar. That sounds good. I'm probably going to do lunch on my next break because I'm starving. So I need something to eat. Christina said, I made the bed, got lunch for the kiddo, and started setting up my journal pages for today. I think I will be able to read the next sprint. Yay! What are you going to pick up, Christina? Because I know you have like a couple of different things you're juggling. Kat said, made my phone calls and sent an email, made a salad for lunch and eating it. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I think we're all getting around like lunchtime now. So, and Kay said, read around 38 pages. Very nice. You're getting a lot done in that book today. Jackie said, I was able to have lunch and get to 70%. It's getting so good. Yay, that's exciting. Yeah, wow, Jackie, you might be able to finish today. Rachel said, oh, and fed the wild birds, had 9 of them waiting for me to fill the seed bowl. Well, apparently they wanted lunch as well, and they were eager for it. And Jaleesa said, I made it 7% of my audiobook care work. Very nice. And Mary Hope said, made it to page 90 in Warbreaker, loving it so far, and read 2 psych articles. I love how you're going back and forth between like your very like intense articles in Warbreaker. It's the way to do it, I guess. Laura said, got to page 54, and it's amazing so far. Completely hooked. Very nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Laura. Sounds like everybody's enjoying their reads today, which is always nice. And Jamie said, hey, Kat. And Sue, you're back. Yay! And you had breakfast and fed the cats. Yes, this last sprint seems like it was feeding time for humans and animals alike. And Nikki says, just got up to chapter 11 and now you're really sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sad books. What can you do? But at least it's moving you, which means the story is engaging you. And Laura said, it's a gender bent retelling of The Little Mermaid meets Brave. It's a new adult, but it's got some mystery and some fun already. Sounds like you also should be joining the retelling readathon that Lachette is doing. Jamie said, I'll be switching between my physical book, A River Enchanted, and my audiobook, I Feed Her to the Beast, and the Beast is Me. I love that title name. I think I've mentioned that before, but I hope you are enjoying both of them. I've heard really good things about A River Enchanted, and I can't imagine that an author who could create a title that good does not have a good book as well. I mean, it can happen, but let's hope not. And Sina says, finished French study session number 1. Yay! Very good. Hope it's going well. I know no French. So, so if I said those words, they would have come out with a Spanish accent. And James says, that sounds amazing. What is it called, Laura? And Jamie said, need to finish laundry and do the dishes. All right, sounds good. Not those aren't horrible chores unless you hate both of those things, which some people do. So, and Mary Hope says, yes, I need brain breaks from the jargony articles. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. And I think that's a really good way to do it. And Laura says it's called Call of the Sea by Emily B. Rose. Nice. Coda says, I read a bit in I'm the Same, your NetGalley arc. Very nice. Making more coffee now. Very good. Yes, I remember, Coda, you were saying last night how your like percent is getting a little low on NetGalley. And so you're needing to like help them out there and get that going. So hopefully that works out. And James says, thank you. Uh-oh, my connection's unstable. Hopefully things are still okay. It's getting slightly better. And Nikki says it's a great story. Very good. Glad it's a great story. Laura says, I got it from NetGalley, but it's been released last week. Okay, very nice. Well, very good. So now we can all access it. And Coda says, what book are you reading, Laura? Oh, yeah, okay. And she mentioned it above, so you probably have that now. And Christina says, coffee. I just got my second. And hello, Jimstone Jasper. Hello, hello. I'm going to read during sprints and try to get myself to fold laundry during the chatty bits. Going to read Restaurant at the End of the Universe. Very nice. And that's the final book in the Galaxy series. I can't think of what it's called for some reason, but I know which book that is. So hopefully you enjoy it. And Coda is going to fold laundry, and Jamie's also folding laundry. So laundry folding party. I have laundry to fold too, but I'm on camera, and you guys don't want to see my laundry. And Kay said, "Yeah, you're just a bit in and out, but okay, okay. It should be more stable now. So hopefully that worked itself out. I don't know why that happens, but every now and then it dips low." And Jamie said, maybe we can have a laundry folding party. Yeah, see, we're on the same page, Jamie. Laundry folding party. And Mary Hope says, might take a nap this sprint, feeling a bit tired and didn't sleep well last night. Well, then do that if that feels good to you. So hopefully that will help. Seems like it helped James. So hopefully you'll have the same experience. And Jimstone Jasper says, nah, it's the second in the okay, but it's the second in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I have less than a week before the read along live stream. Oh, okay. Is the read along live stream on all three books? Or is it just on the second one? And Christina says, hubby just said that it's the second book in the Hitchhiker series. Okay. Yeah, I read that series ages ago. And I knew it was a book in the series, but I couldn't remember which one. Okay, so now we're going to get into story time. I was sharing on our last break about how it's just on a Zoom chat with family one day, and my grandfather's like, "Oh yeah, Taraji, yeah, we're related to her." And mind you, this came up in the middle of a conversation that I'm not sure was even about her, and it was about something else and like one of our relatives. And I'm pretty sure my grandfather just popped in there and he was like, "Oh yeah, well, you know how we're related to that actor." And we were like, "No, we don't know. What are you talking about, Grandpa?" And he was like, "Oh, well, that actress." And then we had to go through a long conversation to figure out what movie, what person, blah, blah, blah. And we came down to it. And finally, one of my cousins was like, "You mean Taraji?" And she was like, "Yeah, okay, I don't think that's the case." And so I'm looking her up because I couldn't remember what she looks like. And I see her full name, Taraji P. Henson. And I'm like, "Oh." I was like, "Nope, I know what Grandpa's getting at," because we are related very distantly and oddly to Matthew Henson, who was like the explorer who discovered the actual North Pole. And I was like, if she's somehow related to him, then we are somehow related to her, probably very dubiously because my grandfather's been talking about this relation that we have to Matthew Henson for decades now. And thank you, Ancestry, for helping to slightly clarify how that actually happens. So, anyway, I have this long paper that has our family tree on it written out. And so I have traced how that relationship goes, but it's like for me, my great great grand aunt was the nephew of Matthew Henson, something like that. And so if you want to take that all together with Taraji Henson, whose great great grandfather was Matthew Henson's half brother, then that means that her and I may be half cousins thrice removed or something like that. So there you go. Can't you see the resemblance? Clearly, practically twins over here. So there you go. There's your family history lesson for today. And if you can at all track that, you will know exactly who I am. No, you won't. Good luck. Because I barely track that, and I'm pretty sure there's gaps and holes in there somewhere, and that a few people's names are wrong. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So hope you enjoyed and got, a nice lesson. And if you don't know who Matthew Henson is, look it up because that is a great story in and of itself. And Jasper said, we're doing one book every month. It's a trilogy of 5 books. Oh, okay. Wait, a trilogy of 5 books? Not entirely sure what that means. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me because I was like, trilogy is 3, and it's up there with like my history stories, my little family story there, like half cousin something something, and this is also a trilogy of 5 books. I get it. We're on the same page. And Coda said, "Cool," and Nikki's laughing. Yeah, it's what can I say? Like, but you know what? My grandfather did have the pleasure of being able to say, "I told you so," because he did. He wasn't wrong. I mean, there is like, is there any blood? No, no, no. Are there any genetics? Also, probably no, because I'm pretty sure these are maternal sides in each case because she has the last name of Henson. So, in that sense, she's probably a much closer relation. But my last name is not Henson, nor is anyone's on my very close side of the family. So, if that shows you the distance and the gap going on there. And James said, talking about being vaguely related to someone. Oh, yes, please share if you guys are vaguely related to anyone. 6 degrees of separation. We're all, cousins. But anyway, James is saying, talking about being related, vaguely related to someone, an aunt of James is married to a nephew of the Bernies. Okay, now if I knew who they were, you're going to have to share more because I don't know who that is. But hey, I like that. An aunt married to a nephew of them. Yeah, yeah, mine's a very similar relationship there, James. And Vanessa says, hi. Hello, Vanessa. Thanks for visiting. You're welcome to come here. Glad to have you. Starting a new book during the sprint. That was a great story. Glad you enjoyed it. You made it for story time. One of the few. What book are you reading, Vanessa? Share with us. Let us know. And Jaleesa says, yeah, that's a lot of tracking. Yeah, no, it really is. And you should see the paper that I have to work with. And I'd show it to you, but it actually has like family names on it and stuff. But my grandfather, he is great for a story. And the best part is that he will just throw them into the middle of a conversation. And we're like, we need to write this down because he has all these really cool stories, partially because he used to be a truck driver and partially because he's lived in a couple of different places and so he's met all sorts of interesting people. But like, I don't know many people who will just drop in the conversation of like, yeah, we're related to that actor, or like, yeah, well, that's how like your uncle discovered the North Pole. What? Okay. Not quite uncle, but sure, but sure. It was somebody's uncle. That part was true. Christina isn't 5 books supposed to be a saga? Right, right, right. I think this is why we're all confused. I love that analogy of 5. Cool. Yeah, we're just gonna go with it. And Christina, although it is on par for the story, I agree. That's why I didn't question it beyond like it taking a moment for my head to wrap around that idea. But it does make sense for the story if you've read it. And Kay says 5 is a commitment. Yes, it is. But as I recall, all the books are pretty short and they move pretty quickly. And so Coda says 5 is a quintet or a pentology. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Wonder if anybody ever uses that when they talk about marketing their books. And James says, just Googled the Bernies and the puppet. Okay, I will, because I'm very fascinated by that now. And Tia says, I recently found out I was related to the singer uh Mary. Is that how you say their name? Oh, very cool. Yeah, well, I love that. Like I said, like we're all loosely connected to somebody somehow. So is it a close connection, Tia, or is it like, 6 degrees of separation and, you're related to Barack Obama as well? Because those types of things happen as well. And Kay says, "Ooh, I like pentology, gonna use that. Very cool." And Sue says, "My father's second cousin was the old cowboy actor Tom Mix." See here? We've got these connections, guys. I mean, we practically know everyone now. There's like 27 of us on here, so we probably do know everyone in the world at this point. And Kay said, pentology, oh my gosh, I'm making new words. Yeah, penology. Hey, that can apply to something. James said, also descended from Catherine Parr and can claim, making up words too, and can claim relation to Mary Queen of Scots. Very cool. Very nice. See, you've covered quite a bit of Europe for us just with that alone, James. And Jaleesa said uh, one of the most interesting things about my family is that we have a piece of wood from the house my father and his siblings of 10. That wood has their names and births on it. That's really cool. That is a really cool part of like family history to like have that. And is it like the house that they built or just the house they grew up in? I love that you still have that. And Nikki says, I'm barely related to Danny Trejo. Very nice. Do you know what the vague relationship is? Because, we like to hear that. Your cousin's neighbor's dog's best friend was, that's sometimes how they feel, right? Oh, I skipped over yours. The back cover of all my copies say in big bold letters, volume X or 10 in the trilogy of 5. I don't question anything with this book anymore. It's just pure nonsense. That makes so much sense. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, true. That's why I hesitated to even like question that because I'm like, yeah, okay, it probably is. Jaleesa says we were able to save it from being lost in one of the many storms that Houston has experienced. Oh, wow. That makes it even more special that you were like able to keep that and hold on to that. I'm glad to hear that. And Kay said, wow, all my family has passed now. I should do research and find some long lost relatives. Absolutely, Kay, you should. There is nothing like it. And there's so many ways to do it nowadays, whether you're tracking like where your family has been, which is what like the DNA test is good for, as it shows you more what countries your family has moved through and lived in areas and that kind of thing, or whether you can track family trees and that kind of stuff. I mean, let me also tell you the amount of like drama that I found out about family because they will list on their death certificates and stuff and the causes of deaths and that kind of thing and like who everybody was married to and stuff. Yeah, we found out some stuff we didn't know. And it was hilarious. And Vanessa says, starting an American marriage. Okay, what's that about? I haven't heard it. What genre? And Coda says, yes, quintet is more commonly used. And Jasper says, I got my kitties a new toy and set it up last night. It's a bird that you can charge. And when they touch it, it starts chirping and flapping its wings. It's cool and they love it, but it's so annoying. Yeah, that's like getting like, the little kids like toys that make a lot of sound where they love it. But after a while, you're like, why did I do that to myself? And Kay says, I will have a pentology of fries for dinner. Sounds sounds amazing. And Nikki says, okay. You're just laughing. Okay, rather. And Kay says, it's my word of the day now. Very good. Yes, use it. Use it frequently. Jaleesa says, it's the first long time home they had. My family migrated from a small town in Louisiana called Flora, like everybody. And the entire street used to be the entire Washington family. Yep, that is so true. And that is still true in some places. Like I remember I had a family friend growing up, and his family lives down south, and the entire street is their entire family. And Kat says, finish lunch now to get ready to leave the house. Thanks for the sprints. You're very welcome, Kat. Have fun on your errands. Hope the rest of your day goes amazing. And I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the day and week. And Kat says goodbye. And Jaleesa says, we've lost quite a bit of history because of the storm, specifically my paternal. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That is really heartbreaking. I'm sure. Yeah, because I know how important those types of things are, and then to lose them in storms like that. Yeah, those are the things that I think really make it tough. So I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you were able to keep some of the things. And James says, my nan was really into genealogy when she was alive, which is how we were able to track my granddad's line all the way back to the Tudors. That's really cool. Yes, all it takes is one family member to be really interested. And for us, it was my grandfather, clearly, who was the impetus to all of this. And Christina's laughing. Okay. And yeah, I knew you meant the Tudors. And fortunately for you, I say both words very similarly. So it sounded correct. Jaleesa, on my mother's side, we're supposed to be related to one of the presidents. I forgot which one. Probably Thomas Jefferson. Just throwing that out there. Christina says, it is fun to say, Kay. And oh, because one time my grandfather did share about how one of our family members was the one who had made a pie that Thomas Jefferson really liked, or some president was a big fan of. So we still have the pie recipe. And I was like, and we're just sitting there eating it at Thanksgiving. Like, not going to share that with anyone. I mean, not the recipe, but maybe the pie. Yeah, that's what comes up at Thanksgiving at my household. And Jasper, I don't know family history beyond my grandpa telling the story of his grandpa immigrating to the US, but I lived with my grandparents in high school and I've heard the cutest love story many, many times. Oh, that sounds so sweet. I love that kind of stuff. I love hanging out with grandparents. Like they always have like cool stories and memories. So such a great time if you can do it. And Christina says, have a beautiful rest of your day, Kat. Yep, absolutely. Kay says, yes, it's a lovely word. I use it all the time now. Okay. Oh my gosh, Nicole's grandpa story times videos, please. I could have like a whole series, right? I really could. And I really should do them because it would be recording these stories that I'm telling. And if you met my grandfather, maybe if I'm ever in town where he is, I'll have him on because he would love that. And he is hilarious. He just is retiring from his house this year because at 86 he decided that he was too old to continue snowmobiling and riding his tractor to clear all the snow in his yard, and nobody wanted to go swimming in the pool anymore, and so he didn't see the point of him continuing to clear it out and go swimming by himself every year. This is what he's doing at 86. I was like, I would have given up those things a long time before that. So good, good for you, Grandpa. But at the same time, he also tells us like crazy stories. Like he had to have some teeth out the other day, and guys, there were like there were sound effects to his story about his oral surgery, and we were all a little traumatized by the end, honestly. But he tells great stories. So if I can ever, I will have him on and share him with you because he should be shared with the world. And Jaleesa says Thomas Jefferson just might be him. Yeah, yeah, we all might be. Yeah, truth, truth. That might be how we're all related. And James said to Jaleesa, does he wear a Miku binder? Hmm, I don't know what that is. That may be too Tumblr for this stream. Yeah, I have no idea what that references to, but okay, maybe. And Jackie says, I always wondered why two of my grandma's uncles were rich. My mom happened to mention it at Christmas one year that they had gone to Alaska during the gold mining years and struck gold. Wow, that is crazy. And don't you love how like family just like casually, oh, you didn't know about that time they went to Alaska and like struck gold? Yeah, that's how they got their money. I'll pass the green beans. Like, if your family, Jackie, is like my family, that's how that story would have gone down. And Jaleesa says, I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I didn't either. So if you'd like to explain, James, you can. If not, we can look it up and try and figure it out. Anyway, that was a really long story time. So I'm actually going to make this sprint longer if that's okay with everybody. I'm thinking of doing like an hour sprint because I'm going to pause and not pause, but I'm going to go and get lunch for myself. And then I still want some time to read when I'm done. So let me know what you guys think about that. Oops, we have a couple more comments. Zena says, oh, laughing out loud. Uh, I remember the Miku Binder Jefferson thing. I'm gonna have to look this up now. When Hamilton first happened, an artist on Tumblr did a drawing of trans Jefferson featuring a Miku. Oh, it's very famous, but okay, interesting. Okay, I will have to look that up. I will have to look that up. And Jasper says, I also know my mom was born on a military base during the Vietnam War. The war wasn't good, but their story of an Air Force man falling for a military nurse is so adorable. Oh, that does sound nice. At least a bright spot in the midst of a very bad situation. And Jaleesa says an hour is good. Kay says yes, a long sprint. Christina says we are having baked potatoes for supper tonight. So hubby is prepping and my house smells like bacon. So hard to concentrate. Yes, you guys have potatoes a lot, Christina. That's good. I love potatoes. Like I could eat potatoes all the time. I wish I did in some ways. Yeah, and that is my second favorite food. And Nikki says, yay, hour sprint. Vanessa says an hour sprint. All right, very good. Let me get that set up for us and we will go into it. So let me share my screen with you guys. That was a fun chatty session of all the things. Sorry, I'm having you guys watch this, but it's better than, you know, sitting watching me stare into the screen while I do this. All right, there's our hour. I will see you when we get back. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Let me know how your sprint was, what you got up to or read during that nice hour. I was able to get lunch in, so that was good. I no longer feel hangry. And I did read some more of Armadale. I think I had 30 minutes left or something like that when I came back. So I got 10 pages done, and there's a cute little romance happening. That's like, it's just so sweet. So let's see how you guys did. James left or mentioned leaving, needing to leave during the sprint and said, Thank you. I really needed that nap. Yeah, it seemed like it really helped. And Leslie said, "Why can't Celie get a break?" I know, I know. I I can't even imagine in the book versus the movie because in the movie I felt the same way. Like, can't anything go right or work out or something? And Nikki said, "Oh, already have to go now. Thank you for the sprints. This was lovely." And I did see that and said goodbye. And Nikki said, "I need a break from reading The Women. It's so heartbreaking." Yeah, I could get that. I felt like that at towards the end of Four Winds. Like you kind of had to spread the misery out. It was definitely heartbreaking. Hello, Kiana. Kiana says, hello, hello, chat. And Kiana says, on my way to Costco. Well, have a good time, hopefully, and hope you get all the things that you need. I love myself a good Costco run. Leslie says, "Well, Nikki novels were in the same heartbreak boat." Oh, oh, you guys, you're not even reading the same book. You're both having heartbreaking moments. And hello, Tammy. How are you? Tammy says, "Hi, I'm reading No Greater Love by Daniel Steele. The main character, fiance, parents, and five siblings sailed on the Titanic to the US after an engagement party in England, and only our main character and the siblings survived." Very good book so far. Oh, wow. So is r- I'm guessing that's just like the beginning of the book and not a spoiler. So is the rest of the book like covering life after that? Sounds pretty intense. Kay says read another 30 pages on page 178 and enjoying this more than Atlas 6. Nice. Which is like strange too, right? Because you're reading the second book in the series and yeah, see, this is why series don't work well for me because I feel like if I had read the first book and I didn't like it, I wouldn't have made it to the second book that was better. And then I know there's times where people are like, the third and fifth book are my favorites and get really good. And I'm like, how did you make it through the first two? I don't have that kind of stamina. Mary Hope says, took a nap. Ah, you did take a nap, feeling refreshed and made it to 10% and Forged by Magic. You know, that just seems to be the theme of the day is just needing naps. So hopefully, if anyone else needs one, you're able to get one as well. And Jaleesa said, I listened to another episode of my Spanish podcast, and now I'm nose deep in the documentary Selena and Yolanda, The Secrets Between Them. Oh, are these the singers? Like Selena the singer, and who's Yolanda? Was Yolanda her manager? What were their secrets? Like, like I'm so nosy. I'm like, wait, what are we talking about? Fascinating. Christina, I got distracted by a live crafting on Instagram. Oh, what were they crafting, Christina? That sounds fun talking about, all the random things we watch. Jackie says, Remarkable Bright Creatures is so good now. I definitely will have to finish today. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It seems like it's been pretty good the whole time, but like it's so nice when things pick up even more. Jamie said, read 20 pages of A River Enchanted and then folded laundry and made it to 49%, and I fed her to the beast. Nice, nice. You touched on, you got all three of your things in there. Very good. I should probably fold laundry. I'll do that later tonight. Jaleesa says to Leslie, that's why I'm afraid to read The Color Purple. I know it's going to make me cry into a headache. Yeah, yeah. I see, Jaleesa, you and I cry and straight into a headache. I'm like that too. I don't have the spoons for that right now. Yeah, I have it on my bookshelf and we'll see. So here's a question for you, Leslie, and everybody else reading The Color Purple. Are you guys gonna read? Is it a trilogy? I know there's at least a second book. Are you guys gonna keep reading in the series? Is I guess the easiest way to put it. And Vanessa had lunch and sent a few emails. How was your lunch? My lunch was very good. It was very tasty. It was leftovers. My husband had made rice and beans and some veggies and like these little strips of some sort of beef steak thing. So I had that with like avocado to help mix it all together. And it was delish. How was your lunch, Vanessa? What did you have? Hope it was something you enjoyed. Tammy said, "Yes, that all happens early on." Yeah, I figured that. So interesting. Yeah, no, I knew it wasn't a spoiler. Once I read it, I was like, "Oh, she's probably sharing that because that's like the jumping off point of the book." So, yeah, I'm curious to know like where like is it just following the family after that point, Tammy? Christina says, "Next sprint I will read, promise." I That was me all day yesterday. Like on this next sprint, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read. Yeah. I don't know that I read on any of the sprints that I was on yesterday. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. Yolanda, okay, is her murderer. Okay, that's what I thought. Interesting. So I'm wondering if that's the documentary. No, I don't feel like that's the I've seen no, I saw the movie Selena. Okay, so you're watching the documentary about the 2 of them. Oh, interesting. I wanna be like, what are their secrets? But I feel like that would spoil it for other people. Sue said, "Didn't get much read because my daughter called." Well, hopefully you had a good chat with your daughter. So that happens sometimes, right? Despite our best intentions. And Jaleesa's laughing at what Christina was saying about reading on the next spread. And Christina says Spark of Sam is preparing to go to Disney and she's making Mickey ears. Oh, that's fun. That's nice. So I'm guessing that would require a headband and I don't know, what do you use for the ear parts? Hmm. That's what I would like to know. And Tammy says it's following the main character. Her fiancés and parents have passed, and she has 5 younger siblings. Oh, so like, is she now having to? I'm so it was just the fiance and parents. So she now has to take care of the 5 younger siblings. Ah, so it's going to be like a family, like coming of age, raising the kids kind of story thing. Gotcha. Teresa says, "Hi, just stopping in to say hi. Hi, Teresa. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in." And Tammy says, "The Titanic is a buzzword for you in books." Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I feel like all sorts of people have buzzwords. Like there's another YouTuber that I watch, and is it Books and Jams? Yeah, Books and Jams. I know her buzzword is orphans. Like if a book title, cover, anything mentions orphans, she reads it. Somebody else said theirs is buzzword is bees, and that they'll pretty much read anything with bees. I have to admit, I'm kind of a sucker for pandas, so I haven't read a lot of books with pandas because oddly, people don't write a lot of books that feature pandas on the covers or have the word panda in the title. Definitely not. But, if it had a panda, I would definitely consider buying it, but I feel like octopus is also a thing, like, I feel like I could definitely do, like, an octopus reading theme type of deal. And Christina said she made ears and attached them to a headband, and now she is adding bling. Very fun. Sounds like a nice project. Sounds like a good project to, like, have kids do too before you go. And Coda says, "I watched YouTube the whole sprint. Not everyone is chatting at the same time." Sprint chat. Yeah, because there are quite a few other people sprinting today. I forgot to look it up so I could share, but yeah. I know that feeling where you're like, wait, 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 everybody's talking. What do I do? And Jaleesa says, yes, it's the documentary that nobody asked for. It just came out? Okay, yeah, I could see what you mean because I was thinking like this was like an older documentary and you were just interested and wanted to see it. But if it just came out, yeah, I feel like that's kind of like super late. And Delisa says, "I grew up with Selena living in Texas and all." Yeah, that makes sense. So it's a sore. But I'm nosy and will watch the documentary. Yeah, I feel you. I'm kind of interested in watching it, and I did not grow up with Selena. And really never heard about her until I saw the movie. And the movie came out like decades ago now. So I'm kind of surprised that the movie must be just for you guys in Texas and I guess she probably still has fans. Um, but yeah, it's just so odd. Yolanda is oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense of it then. If Yolanda's coming up for parole, you gotta kinda dig up all the dirt again and do the interesting. What do you think? Do you think she's gonna make parole? I mean, that was like a super crazy story. I don't know what because where's she even on parole in? Like, is she in the US? I don't even know. So, mm. And Jasper says, I had to get in the Hitchhiker's Discord to talk about my theory, not a prediction, as it's unpredictable, but a theory of the social commentary the author may have intended, as that's the point of satire. Yeah, that's true. Interesting. Yeah. Well, and I had a friend recently who pointed out that, particularly with sci fi, that frequently the point of sci fi is to make some sort of commentary on technology, and not just technology in and of itself, but to look at the ethics of technology and how humans use them. So I could definitely see, diving into the social commentary on the Hitchhiker's Guide as well, which seems super academic and nerdy, but like, yeah, it's a satire and it's sci-fi, so there's probably all those elements in there as part of the author's intent. And hi, Storm. How are you doing today? What are you reading? Please tell me the name of your current novel because I'm sure it is another, romance novel that sounds like some sort of fantasy, and that, I never found the cover of the book that you were reading that had the mime on it. I looked and I looked and I looked and I just found either, yeah, I just found the other versions of it or like a blank cover, which I was like, so apparently the mime cover version must not have gone over well. Can't imagine why. And so they must have moved on to other covers for that book. And Jaleesa says Yolanda is safer in prison than she is outside. She's in Gatesville, Texas. Have no clue where that is, but sis need to stay there or leave the country. Yeah, she was everything I've seen on her. She's a character to say the least. It'll be more like a sociopath. Is kind of how they make her seem. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with her. Oh, sorry. And Christina said hi to Storm. And then Sprint shocked. Yes, she can totally relate to what Koda's saying. Yes, because you two are two big time sprint hoppers. And Jaleesa said, as the kids say, it's on site for her. Yeah, exactly. And Jasper says, one of the MCs is very distraught about his old self erasing his memory and trying to control him. That's giving me mental health trauma parallel vibes since it's a common trauma response is to forget. Interesting. Ah, yeah, that's a really good connection to make there. Yeah, well, I hope they enjoy your comment there in the group and, I can appreciate it for what it's worth, because I know sometimes it can seem like, oh, all just making stuff up. But no, like there are things that the authors are often trying to get us to think about. And Jaleesa says that sounds wild to Jasper. Yep. And says, what are you reading? She's reading Restaurant at the End of the Universe. So it's in the Galaxies series. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yay, I remembered this time. Yeah, so it's book 2 in there. And Christina says, I will read at some point. I will. I will. You can do it, Christina. You can read. In fact, we're going to go into a reading sprint right now. So here's one of your many opportunities for the day. So, what do we want to do? Do we want to stick with the hour sprint or do we want to go back to 45 minutes? I'm open for either. And, whichever people prefer, if people prefer like both, we can do one and then do the other. So let me know. Storm says, haha, actually taking a break from my retro romances and working on a cozy mystery as it's a buddy read and I need to finish it sometime this month. Oh, nice. It's called Fatal First Edition by Jen McKinley. Very nice. So, Storm, I know you and your buds, you guys like cozy mysteries. I'm a huge scaredy cat. So tell me, like, what are some of the, like, features that you find in a cozy mystery? Because I kind of feel like I might be able to handle a cozy mystery, and I'm all for adding more genres to my repertoire. So if you have, like, a good place to begin, like a book that you would recommend to anyone, tell me what it is. And Kay said an hour, but either is good for her. Christina says an hour is good. Jaleesa says, love the segue. Did you like that? And an hour is good. Kay, great minds share same ideas, Christina. Oh, an hour is good. Okay. Sounds like we're all up for an hour. Both are good. 1 hour might get me to the end of the book. Oh, well, then let's definitely do an hour and get you to the end of the book. Like maybe. But hopefully it's not one of those like, I'm on the last 2 pages. Keep talking, guys. All right, here we go. Well, it just started, so I won't reset the timer. We're just at 59 minutes or so. So I will go ahead and I will see you guys after the sprint. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well. I got about, I think about 25 pages or so done in Armadale, and I was just trying to look up and see if I could find the audiobook so that I can kind of flip back and forth and give my eyeballs a rest. And I found it, but of course, it's one of those where they don't break the chapters up like they do in the book. So there's 182 chapters in the audiobook. And so I'm trying to find like what chapter I'm on. I'm in book 2, chapter 11, and the correlation is not even close to the audiobook. So how did things go for you guys? Let me know. Let's see. And where we left off, Jackie was saying both are good. 1 hour might get me to the end of the book. Yeah. So, Jackie, did you make it to the end of your book? Are you done? Did you enjoy it? What are you rating it? Do you know? Storm says you would be fine with cozies, as my friend Tiffany is a big scaredy cat and she loves cozies. Okay, great. That's good to know. All right. Sounds good. And I've suspected that because in general, mysteries don't tend to scare me. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what would scare me in books because I generally try to avoid them. I did read one book though that like wasn't even really a scary scene, so who knows? But just this moment in the book freaked the crap out of me. If you've ever read The Memory Police, it was a scene from the book that's in the book. So it's the book that the main character is writing, and it's one of the scenes in the attic with the typewriters. Scared the living daylights out of me. No clue why. It was just the way she wrote it freaked me out. And for those of you who haven't read The Memory Police, that sounds probably really weird, but there's no way to explain it. And Jasper said, I need to actually fold my laundry and stop chasing the Google rabbit of the various differences and nuances in satire, irony, parody, and sarcasm. Yeah, you're down a deep rabbit hole there. Have you found Alice yet? And Christina says, Tiffany is the cozy group too, and she is a big scary cat too. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I know I'm subscribed to Tiffany's channel, but like I just recently started watching her channel and I see that she likes cozy. So maybe I'll go to her for some recommendations because she definitely will not be reading the scary ones. And Jasper says apparently parody has more legal protections and copyright law than satire does. Huh. That's interesting. So then I wonder how that works. Like, because to me, I guess they're, well, okay. Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna have to mention that to my husband. Like, he'll find that fascinating. Christina is laughing at Storm and says, my computer was going so slow and you got there first. Oh, yeah. No, that totally happens. That's fine. And Storm says they are mysteries without on-page gore. That's a plus for me. Usually a small town with quirky characters. Love that. Very little violence, if any. 3. It's basically a Hallmark movie, but with a murder. Hmm. Okay. I definitely have to look more into this because ever since I've heard people use that term, I'm like, I wonder if I would like that. So because I know you didn't like the Moonstone Storm, but I did like the Moonstone and it had like sort of a detective mystery thing. There is no murder in that one, but I liked, but there could have been. And I felt like the way he wrote it, I would have been okay with that. Obviously, different writing style, but yeah. And Storm says, Hi, Christina. I forgot to say that earlier. And hello, Jessica. Hi, hi, hi. Yes, you are here. You just woke up. Wonderful. I hope you're about to have a great day and that you slept well. And Jessica's doing YouTube admin. Realized one of her best friends is back on BookTube. Oh, that's fun. So you're binging all her videos. How exciting. That is great. And Jessica, in case you guys don't know, is one of the co-hosts for the Picture of Dorian Gray read along that I am co-hosting in March. So Jessica, this Kiwi, she also has a YouTube channel, so check her out. Check out her announcement video. And in case you guys didn't see that, in March, I will be reading The Picture of Dorian Gray, which is like with my crooked neck over there somewhere. And we will be reading it all month. There'll be a story graph, blah, blah, blah. Go see the video. Aren't I a great promoter? Blah, blah. Go see the video. Anyway, Jessica is co-hosting it with me. And Storm says, Library Lovers by Jen McKinley is one of my favorites, though a love triangle for about 4 books. That's okay. I've read Thomas Hardy. I love a good love triangle, pentagon, you know, whatever insanity you want to bring to that, which also always leads to a really good murder. Just throwing that out there. In fact, Storm, you may like Thomas Hardy. Maybe not his writing, because some of his books, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? But his plots, yes. Also, Lighthouse Library by Eva Gates and Second Chance Cat by Sophie Ryan. I might start with Second Chance Cat because I just like that name. But okay, thanks for the recommendation, Storm. I'm definitely going to check out one of those. And Jessica said, "Did I make it before final sprints this time?" You did! Yay! Yeah, I'm going till 5 o'clock my time, so at least 2 more hours. So yeah, you'll have at least a couple of sprints. And Jaleesa said, "Hi to Jessica. Nicole is sprinting until 5, and we have about 4 more hours." Well, 5 o'clock my time. So I think we're in different time zones, Jaleesa. So hate to break that news to you. But we'll be going for a while still. And thanks for helping her with a sooner answer. Jessica said, yes, achievement unlocked. I love that. To be here for a decent amount of time. Yes, yes, you will be here for a decent amount of time either way. And Jessica says, Passion by Lauren Kate for Bud's Wordathon. Flying through it because it's brainless, and that's always an awesome thing. And Let Me In by John Ajvita Lindquist. Not flying through it because it's chunky and dense, but really well written. Okay, well, so long as you're liking both. I always like having both going at the same time, something brainless and then something more dense. Sounds like a good setup for you. And she said, finish my book. Yay! What to read next? I don't know. Put it in the chat if you haven't already. Let's decide. I'd do a poll, but I have no clue how to do that on Restream. So no, none of that for now. But you can just tell us and we can just vote. And Leslie said, I finished the propeller. Oh, wow. Let's try that again. I finished The Color Purple. What a life Celie lived. Truth there. Did you like it overall? Like, I mean, obviously it wasn't a joyride, but did you appreciate the book? Do you feel like you got a lot out of it? And Jamie, hello, Jamie. And Jamie says, hello, I've been lurking all morning, but I'm finally settling in to read, and I'm focusing on everyone on this train is suspect this sprint. Very nice. And you've been reading that for a little bit, right? Are you still enjoying it? And thanks. I'm glad you're able to like fully come on with us. And James is back. Hi, James. Got some ice cream while I'm out. Gotta eat while I read. Very nice. What kind of ice cream do you have, James? I had ice cream I think just once while I was in Germany, and I was in a little town, and it was a huge mound of ice cream and it was amazing. So let me know. Do you have just vanilla? Is it a sundae with stuff on it? Details. And Leslie says, what kind of ice cream? Exactly, Leslie. We all want to know. And James says, I got two kinds, but I'm currently having oh, you like picked it up. Okay, yeah. Having Ben and Jerry's Sunny Honey Home, ooh, which is lemon, honey, and caramel. Oh, doesn't sound like it works, but it does. I don't know. That does sound like it would work to me. It almost to me sounds like it would end up being like a lemonade or an Arnold Arnold Palmer. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's lemonade and iced tea together. Sounds like it would be one of those things, sans the tea flavor. And the other one is Cadbury's Caramel Swirl. Nice. Delicious options. And Leslie says it's gloomy and rainy here where I'm at. Ah, blue. So I'm just about to kick my tush into gear and make some tamales. Nice. I like how that's what you do on a rainy day. How fun. That'll warm things up and make it cozy, and then you'll have some comfort food when you're done. And Jamie said, heading out to the theater now. Thanks for the sprints. I got quite a bit accomplished. Have a great rest of your day. Okay, well, you're probably gone, Jamie, but I hope you enjoy your movie. I know it sounded really cool what you were going to see. So have a great time with that. Kiana said, I'm back. Costco was packed. Kiana, that is the fastest Costco trip of anyone I know. Like, I think you were just gone through that hour-long sprint. Maybe a little bit more than that, but I hope you got everything you needed. And Costco's packed. Oh, maybe because everybody has today off. Is that what it is? Ah, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. And James read 16 pages and said, "That's so annoying." Yes, yes. And Jackie said, "I had a work call interrupt me, so I only got to 85%. Ah, darn. You're getting close, though. You're almost done." And Jessica said, "Let me in." Let me in is like that. It just says the parts and not the chapters. Listening through Libby, it's a bit annoying. Yeah, I know. Sometimes with audiobooks, I'm like, can't you at least like, what would be helpful is if for the audiobooks, they put the picture and the publisher and what like version they were using. Like, split it in the chapters into multiple parts if you need to, but at least be like chapter 3 part 1, chapter 3 part 2. Keep like the chapter titles the same somehow. Can we standardize this? This is what I'm asking. And Storm says made it to 33% of Fatal First Edition. Very nice, Storm. And Christina said, I read 2 whole chapters. Yay, way to go, Christina. You read that time just like you wanted to. I'm glad. And Mary Hope said made it to 16% in Forged by Magic and applied for a research analyst job. Very nice. I hope you get it. Best of luck to you. And I'm waiting to hear back from PhD programs, but I need a backup plan too. Yeah, that totally makes sense. What are you hoping to get your PhD in? What I forget what field that you're working in. So, but that sounds awesome. I hope the best for you in either situation and that you get options to choose. And James says, Mary Hope, oh, nice. What are you hoping to research? Yeah, see, we all had the same questions. We all want to know. And Teresa said, I didn't realize you were here till 5. Yeah, I am. I read 4 pages and what the fireflies knew and will be in and out all day. Well, very cool. Glad you can do so and glad that you happened to catch my saying that. So hope to see you in and out again. And Christina says, yes, Storm. I think of them as movies on Hallmark Movies and Mysteries Channel. I didn't even know that was a thing. You learn something new every day in sprints. And actually, some of those are books that I have heard people reading. And this is in regards to cozy mysteries. Anybody else not know that Hallmark had a movies and mysteries channel? Hmm, I haven't been keeping up on my Hallmark. And Mary Hope says, James, I'm really interested in things like body image, social media, objectification for PhD programs, but the job is for institutional research. Yeah, makes sense for the jobs. And that is a really interesting subject area for your PhD. So I hope you're able to find some place to do that. And Jaleesa is laughing at Storm hallmarks, but make it stabby. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, but I mean, I guess if it's a cozy mystery, there's no on-screen stabby, but it's still kind of a funny blend. James says that sounds awesome. Good luck, Mary Hope. Yes. And Storm says, Christina, that is true. And Jessica is high-fiving. Yeah, we are. I'm so excited. I keep talking about it, waiting for someone to tell me shut up. And she's talking about our read along. I know. I'm the same way. Like, hey, this is what we're doing. It's gonna be great. And Mary Hope says thanks to James. And Jasper says the difference is that parody is a comedic interpretation, but satire is a comedic and or outlandish interpretation that is specifically intended to criticize, scrutinize, or ridicule something. And so you were saying there are more protections for comedic interpretation, the parody. That's interesting. Huh. Huh. I wonder why that is. And Jamie said, I've been reading this book for days with my eyeballs and actually reading and finishing several books in audio instead. I am finishing this book today. That's my plan. All right. Power to you, Jamie. I hope you're able to do it, and we will help you along during this sprint. And Jaleesa says, I'm snacking on some ice cream right now, too. It's called Cazula di Plantano. Ooh, yeah. It's got plantain, really? It's banana ice cream with caramel swirls and praline pecans. That sounds delicious. And Leslie says, I read the book and appreciated the evolving character development. And this is for the color purple. I'm not sure how to feel about Shug. Hmm, okay. it really has such a deep silo for forgiveness for so many people in her life. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the way that she would probably have, like, find of surviving all of that, right? And Coda says, I sat in the sun a bit. That sounds amazing. I need to do that more often. And laid down for a bit. Also sounds great. And now having leftover time. Sounds amazing overall. So I hope you enjoyed all that and that it was everything that you need. And Mary says, hopefully a PhD in social psychology. Nice. And Sarvasha says, kids home from school today. I'm getting very little done. Know that feeling. We got through wash day with daughter's hair. Ooh, you're doing some tough stuff today. And I drank 1 cup of coffee at 2 p.m. that I made at 10 a.m. No. I think that last sentence just sums up your whole day right there and gives us a genuine feel for how, how it's going. And Coda says, Nicole, are you starting Dune with us today? I was going to ask Coda and I kept forgetting. Are you guys starting Dune today? I have it. If my neck can turn. Oh, no, I don't have it there. Hmm. I have it somewhere surrounding me. So are we starting it today? Is that when it's starting? There's a whole bunch of people reading Dune, guys. If anybody's wanted to read it, like start reading it. So then yes, I will be starting Dune today as soon as I figure out where to get in this audiobook. And then when are we supposed to be finishing Dune? By the end of February? I feel like there's time for that, right? I plan on reading it with my eyeballs. Are you listening to it, Coda? Why did I do a telephone? Like in an old telephone too. Are you listening to Dune, Coda? And Christina says the chocolate chip cookie murder by someone is a Murder She Bakes movie. Oh, Murder She Bakes. Do they put Angela Bassett on the cover? Just asking because I loved that show. And Laura says, that's cool, Mary Hope. I go back to uni this year to do psychology undergrad. I could have gone straight to master's because I have a degree already, but it's been a long time since being in school. Well, that is really cool, Laura. Well, I hope it goes well for you as well. So, are you excited about that? And are you going full time, part time? How are you deciding to arrange that? Christina says, I love Chunky Monkey. Yes, I do too, with banana ice cream with walnuts and chocolate pieces. It is a delicious flavor. And Christina says, I'm a little jealous, Coda. Yeah, I think we all are. And Laura says to Coda, room for another one reading Dune. I read half of it and need some motivation to finish it. Yeah, do it. Do it, Laura. Yeah, I know Coda is reading it. I think Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading is reading it, right? I'll let Coda say who's reading it because now I'm feeling very unsure of who all is reading it other than Coda and now me and Laura. And Mary Hope says, Laura, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm in a master's program, RN, but want to continue on with my education. Well, that's very cool. And I'm glad you're able to do that. And like I said, I hope that works out too. Storm said, man, now I'm wishing I had ice cream. I know, here we go. And Jaleesa says, ooh, I love Chunky Monkey too. And Jaleesa says, Coda, what's the leftover tie? I really could go for some hot red curry, and I'm too lazy to leave the house. Ah, yeah, and the hot red curry won't come to you unless you order it. And Sarvasha says, Ellie Alexander had a fun, cozy mystery series. Bake Shop mystery series takes place in a small town in Oregon and involves sweet treats. I don't know. These books are books that sound like would make me hungry. Like Bake Shop Mystery. And Christina says, it is still too cold here to have ice cream. Ah, I don't know, Christina. I grew up in central New York, and if you didn't eat the ice cream while it was cold and snowy, you'd never have ice cream. Like, and I know you live in a cold and snowy place too. So we just, cuddle up next to the fire with our ice cream. Storm says, I read Dune a couple of years ago, but don't ask me what it was about. I feel like I'm going to be there right after reading it too, Storm. So, and Laura said to Mary Hope, that's so exciting. And it is exciting. Such exciting times. And Coda said, yes, anyone who wants to join. Bree at 4 Paws and a Book is hosting. Oh, okay, good. And we'll be doing sprints. Laugh out loud, no notes. The girls want to be done in 4 days. What? What? They're gonna read Dune in 4 days? Like, starting today and 1, 2, 3, 4. Like today's the 19th and be done on the 23rd? Oh, wow. I'm shocked. And Coda says, yes, I'm doing audio this time. I read it with my eyeballs the first time. It goes quick. I'm going to take your word for it. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Yes, I'm sorry. Angela Lansbury. Who did I say? I said the Angela Bassett, didn't I? Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it would be interesting the other way too. Anyway, Christina says, no, it's Allison Sweeney that plays Allison Swanson. Did I get that right? I I'm the wrong person to ask, so I hope somebody else answers for you. Jaleesa, I fell out laughing at the old school phone. You do that hand sign with the kiddos nowadays, they don't know what it means. Yeah, they probably think you're doing some weird surfer thing. And Jasper says, okay, I'm going to finish out sprints with you since I'm really behind on this month's TBR. Then I'll take the kitty outside before it gets dark and chilly, and then I can play video games and watch TV. Good. Got it. You got a plan. Let's go. And Storm says, Chocolate Chip Murder is the Hannah Swinson series by Joanne Fluke. Okay. You were close, Christina. Okay, but Allison Swanson plays it. Okay, there you go. Coda's telling Jaleesa, don't order it. Yeah, order it, Jaleesa. Join us in or get it from your library or something. And Laura says, I'm going full time, but thinking of changing to part time as I want to make sure I can keep a good balance. I'm nervous and excited. I mean, what if my brain doesn't work anymore? Oh, it will totally learn how to work again. That's how brains do. Like you just exercise it and it starts working it again and it goes, oh yeah, I remember how to do this. And it gets into the grooves literally and it'll work out. It'll work out. But yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. And Coda says, reading Dune, me, my Nicole's, and Bree, Brittany, Leandra, Neva, and more. Nice. All in 4 days. I'm still shook by that, Coda. Vanessa, I just picked up groceries. Glad I got some butter pecan ice cream. Yes, you should be, because now those of us without ice cream, some of us are probably feeling left out. Kiana said, hot take here. I do not particularly care for ice cream. Oh, interesting. Why not? Is it the texture, the temperature, the sweetness? And Coda's laughing. Allison Sweetie. Oh, Star doesn't like Allison Sweetie. Allison Sweetie. Autocorrect. Yep. Well, hey, I just got mine flat out wrong, so you're doing better than me. Yes, about 200 pages a day. I guess they all have other book plans starting this weekend. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. I have other plans too, but mine is like work. So today would have been my only day. Maybe I could finish it tonight. No, it's not happening. I'll just be reading along at a much slower pace. And Jasper says, I love reading, but it's a higher effort hobby than something like TV. So true. Sometimes my brain wants to exclusively go for lower effort stuff. So I need to make a point to do medium high effort stuff. Yep. And that's how our brains work. Sometimes we like that passive activity, like watching TV, and that's what our brains like. And sometimes we want the more active thing. And apparently, reading is actually a mid activity thing in terms of actually engaging our brains. I don't totally get how that works, but that's what I've read. So passing that along. And Jaleesa, you are not alone, Kiana. I prefer popsicles and Italian ice, but I also like banana ice cream if I am to have a dairy dessert. You know, I can agree with you there, Jaleesa. I don't know why, but banana ice cream and banana flavored ice cream is some of my favorite. And Laura says, I don't know if I can do 4 days. Yeah, I'm not doing 4 days, Laura, so you can join me on the Dune Slow Boat or Slow Worm, whatever you want it to be. And you're doing literature readathon this week and still need to grab some points for Team's Destiny Child. Yeah, you got a few things going on, girl. And Kiana says to Jaleesa, people are shocked that I don't love ice cream. Well, I mean, is there anybody who likes everything? Well, yeah, there are people like that, but not everybody likes every food. So, and Christina says, ooh, butter pecan. And Storm reads, Murder She Wrote was Angela Lansbury. Murder She Baked, Hannah Swinson, played by Allison Sweeney. Okay, there it is. It's all all laid out for us. And Christina says, I love ice cream, but can't eat it much anymore. Oh, yeah, that lactose, it catches up with you in time, doesn't it? And Laura says, that made me feel better because I remember the psychological term for that is neuroplasticity. Yes, that is true. And now doubting my memory, mind monkeys are very active today. Eek. Yeah, no, you're talking about, yeah, I recall that being the term for it as well. And so, yeah, take that to the bank and to school with you and be confident and feel good. And Coda says, I mean, it's only 18 hours in the audio. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not even 5 hours a day of listening. So if you have time, a long walk and keeping your earbuds in your ears all day long, you can do it. Kiana says, ice cream makes me thirsty. It defeats the purpose of eating it on a hot day. Yeah, ice cream can make you thirsty. So I can understand that. That's why they serve it with water. Coda says, take your time. Yeah, don't worry, I will. Laura says, maybe I'll just watch the movie. Said no bookworm ever. Yeah, so true. So true. And Christina, I want to get that cool machine that you stick the bananas in the top and it comes out like ice cream. Yeah, I forget what they're called now, even though I have one. And they are very cool, except you have to remember to like freeze your banana because those days that you don't, it's sadness. And Mary Hope said, thinking about ordering some Indian food, craving some shock paneer. Very nice. Sounds good. Christina said, I just can't do that much dairy anymore. Yep, I feel you there. And Jasper said, one of the good things about recovering from the oral surgery is that no one can judge the amount of ice cream I've eaten the last few days. That is so true. And how is your recovery going? I hope you're continuing to feel better. Sounds like it's going pretty well overall. Jamie said, I have coffee ice cream and coffee gelato. Not sure which I'll open today, but I may eat one of them today. Sounds good. And Christina says, laugh out loud. Thanks, Storm. It was confusing. Yeah, well, we confused ourselves further, Christina. So I think we made it more confusing than it was, is what happened. And Coda says, I don't do banana flavored stuff or banana desserts really. When I want ice cream, I usually want a chocolate milkshake, gelato, sorbet, sherbet, or custard, peanut butter custard. Ooh, peanut butter custard, huh? Interesting. Sounds good. I like a good peanut butter flavored something. I'm stuck on the comments here. There we go. And Coda says, I also love Snickers and Milky Way ice cream bars. Those are amazing. Snickers, not Milky Way fan, but the Snickers. And if you like Milky Ways, I could see how those would be good too. And Mochi, very yum. And Laura says, ha ha ha, take that, mind monkeys. Yes, exactly, Laura. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. And Christina says, remember to freeze your bananas. Now that's statement. That's true. That's true. It's so true. Oh my gosh, Mary Hope, I really read that shack partner. Yeah, no, that's not what she said. She's getting her Indian food there. And Leslie said, yeah, all the characters were in survival mode, I guess because the book is from Celie's POV. And my heart goes out to her the most, I suppose. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, since it's from her point of view. And Mary Hope's laughing at Coda and his shag partner. And Storm says, Christina, is that one of those Yonana? Yeah, that's what it's called. Yep, the Yonana thing. Yep, that's what she was talking about. Jasper says, I think the amount of energy a task or hobby takes is different for everyone. For me, reading is a higher effort hobby because of both ADHD and dyslexia, but for someone else, it may be a low effort hobby. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was talking just more about how your brain waves work. But I think it's still what you're saying is still true is that, if somebody has dyslexia, it is going to be a much less passive activity because your brain has to do different things with those brainwaves. It's a brainwave thing that they were talking about. But it wasn't, and it didn't have to do with perceived effort. And what I was talking about literally had to do with how your brain works while you're doing the activity. But anyway, Kiana says the banana cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory is elite. Ooh. And James said, fun fact, banana flavored things don't taste like normal bananas because the taste is based off a type of banana that went extinct in the 50s. Really? That is interesting. I swear I recently heard something about that, about how, like, the bananas we eat aren't the bananas that we used to eat because they're different types of bananas. I swear I heard something recently about banana extinction, but that is a fun fact, James. Thanks for sharing. And Coda says, "Ooh, the Milky Way ones are good because the nougat part is chocolate ice cream instead of vanilla." So you lost me at chocolate ice cream, Coda. It's my least favorite flavor, but I'm glad you enjoy them. Christina says, "I think so, Storm. I can't remember." Yeah, it's the bananas. And Jaleesa said, "I also prefer to eat Thai bananas. They're small, like mini bananas. When I can get them, the bananas in the stores don't taste right and the texture is off putting." Yeah, I don't feel like they're always as fresh. And Jasper says, "Pain is mostly gone. Yay! I'm glad to hear that. Still some headaches and jaw pain, which is normal. Also, the bone fragments are starting to come out. Ah, which is also normal but annoying, to say the least, but not as bad as I expected. Well, I'm glad." And Coda says, I'll have to try a Thai banana. I love all things Thai." Shoves another huge bite of pad suhi in. And Kiana says, "Also, wild bananas are full of seeds and inedible." Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. And James says, "Also, the common banana, the Cavendish, are all genetically the same. They are clones of one banana tree." Oh, we're all just eating the same one banana. I feel like there's some story and metaphor in that. And Jaleesa says, "Pad Sudi is goat. Love it, Coda." And Coda says, "Yes." Very nice. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get us going. I'm going to go back down to 45 minutes so that we should be able to squeeze in 2 more sprints. And it's not a huge difference the amount of reading time that we get. And Christina says, "Now I'm hungry." Yeah, isn't that every sprint is making us hungry? And Jasper says, "The worst part of recovery is the diet." Yeah, I can imagine. I can't start transition foods until Wednesday. Also, can't drink pop, which is the fuel of my caffeine addiction. Also, no hot or warm foods. Yeah, my son recently had his wisdom teeth out, and that is a really strict, not fun regimen they have you follow. And Coda says tom yum shrimp soup is also good. Yes, Coda, yum, yum, yum. Except I can't do shrimp, but I love tom yum soup. And Coda says, "Not me. I'm full." Okay. Yeah. Moving on, Coda, moving on. Glad you're full of your delicious Thai food. We'll be talk bananas. I think of banana pancakes. And Coda says, "Jasper, what state are you in? You don't hear pop a lot." I'm guessing Midwest. And Jaleesa says, "We some hungry somebody's in the chat, apparently." And Coda, you call it pop too. That's interesting because you're a little further west. And Christina says, "Then that song plays in my head for the rest of the day." Oh, the banana okay, yeah, I gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna go put us into the sprints. You guys can keep chatting along in there, but let me switch our timer here back to, 45 minutes, so we'll have some good times. I'm going to try and get my audiobook working, and I will see you guys after the next sprint. Happy reading. Well, hello, hello. Welcome back. How did your sprint go for you guys? I got 15 pages done. I was able to figure out where I was supposed to be in my audiobook, and so I spent most of that sprint listening to the audiobook. So that's nice. I now have an audiobook going. And let me see what you guys are up to here in the chat. So I'm so happy because I feel like I've finally gotten like some good progress going in this. Ooh, I think I forget. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Sorry, thinking too many thoughts at once. Okay. So where we left off, James was saying, oh, we were talking about pop and where you're from if you're saying pop. And James said in Australia, we call soda soft drink. Oh, interesting. Because it isn't alcohol. Huh. Oh, as opposed to, like, hard liquor, that kinda thing? Is that the comparison there? That's interesting, I never knew that. Christina says they call it pop here, but I don't. I've always called it soda. Well, no, you didn't grow up where you currently live, right, Christina? Like, I swear at some point I could be wrong. And pop is what bubblegum does. Or it's who's, married to your mom, pop. Mm. Jamie says, I always say soda or soda pop. Ah, you might be from the northern Midwest if you say soda pop, like Chicago, Ohio, that kind of thing. And Codis is laughing or was laughing. And Jasper says, I'm in Northwest Missouri. We get the perfect mix of upper Midwestern twang and Southern drawl. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, that makes sense based on where Missouri is. Went to countrywide summer camps as a kid and got made fun of for your dialect. Aw, kids will choose anything, right? And Savasha says, I have Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars. Ooh, I'm going to have one. Thanks, chat. Yeah, that sounds good. And Tammy says, I read Dune in 1986. So strange that that I can remember exactly when I read it, but I can't remember one thing about the book. Oh gosh. I think I remember liking it though. Did you read like multiple books in the series or just the first one, Tammy? And Jasper says, finally finished the big basket of laundry. Yay! And now just two smaller ones. Boo. But at least they're two smaller ones. And then you're done. Yeah. And maybe you got them done during that. And Jaleesa says, growing up, we would say soda or soda water. Oh, that's a new one. And I was only aware of the word pop because of media. Interesting. So you would refer to actual soda as soda water? Because, like, when I think of soda water, I think of like actual soda water, like the water that soda is made out of, as opposed to seltzer water, as opposed to flat water. Because if I recall, all three are different in theory. And Jaleesa says, we also grew up saying commode and toilet interchangeably. Interesting. And sofa and divan. That's also interesting. It's interesting because those are like some like commode and divan are like very much like um older words for those. So that's interesting that they still exist like regularly where you live. And zinc instead of sink because of my father's accent. Well, there you go. Yeah, there's all those things too. And Jaleesa says accents can be a struggle when saying the easiest of words. So true. The word iron stresses both of my parents out. Oh no. It always sounds like they're saying earn. Yeah, iron is hard if you think about it too long. Even yeah, with your standard American accent, that can be a tough one. So can roar. ROAR. Try saying that a couple of times while thinking about it, and it will just get more and more messed up. Because the truth is, ours are hard for everyone to say, at least ours in American English. And hello, greetings. I got home recently and gathered my clothing items for Comic Con this coming weekend. Oh, I didn't realize that was this weekend. That's fun. But now I'm going to finish reading The Alchemist and start reading Frank Miller Batman stories. Nice, nice. I feel like The Alchemist, you got your like sort of interesting journey, and then Frank Miller, like preparing for Comic Con. That's super exciting. I hope you have a great time. Christina says, my cat is Dory right now. She is like, "Oh, okay." I was like, rest of that thought?" She is, "Come here, follow me," and meanders around and then looks at you like, why are you following me?" Yeah, exactly. Your cat is Dory. That's funny. And Jessica says, "Read 3 chapters of Fallen, still mindless, the boy chases the girl through time, and that's all right now, just a goose chase." Okay. I mean, it's a thing. Are you enjoying the pursuit? That's never ending? And Kiana says, "I got to 16% of Warbreaker by Sanderson, but I need a nap." Those two things have come up a lot today, Warbreaker and naps. So, yeah, there seems to be a little Warbreaker thing going on right now. And Christina said, "I did get another chapter in, yay, before my cat started headbutting me." Your cat's just not gonna let you be, is she? She's either gonna headbutt you or be like, "Follow me around. Let's go." And how many sprints are left? Just one. So we will do one last sprint for 45 minutes. So yeah, you're coming at the end, unfortunately. So I'd stay on longer if I could, but after a while, my family starts looking at me like, "How long are you gonna be on there?" They were supposed to leave the house today, and then they didn't, so that threw me off too. But you do have at least one more sprint. And Jackie says, "I have 9 minutes left." Ooh, so close, you're almost there. Okay, you'll definitely finish it on this next sprint then. Storm says, "Watched a little booktube and then got to 38% into my book." Very nice, Storm. And Mary Hope says, "Ate some Indian food. Ooh, so yummy, and made it to 30% and forged by magic." Nice. Jamie says, "I finished almost 2 chapters and did some cleaning in the bathroom. Such chores are easier when you are supposed to be doing something else." I totally agree. If there's something else that I need to do, that bathroom will be spotless. But it has to be a lot of something else because, and Rope Crewman, "If you'd like me to call you by your first name, just let me know what it is," says to Sarvasha, "Hello." And hello, Tiffany. We were just talking about you earlier. We were saying that you were the person who also is easily scared, but you like cozy mysteries. And so I was asking Storm for some recommendations. Oh, but you're feeling under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that. A lot of people are sick this week, but you're excited to catch a live. Not reading, but laying in bed watching Golden Girls. Oh, well, hey, that's good. You can hang out and listen to me chat your ear off in between watching episodes of Golden Girls. I hope you're feeling better soon. It's really bummer, but at least you're able to stay home and rest. And Christina says, "I learned to talk down south, but I have been up here long enough that I get weird looks. But my kids call it soda too, and my youngest sometimes has a bit of a twang." That sounds like a good mix of things happening there. It comes out when I talk sometimes. Yeah, that those your true accent where you grew up will come out like when you really get talking or when you talk to other people from like back home wherever you grew up, wherever home is for you. And Sue says, "I managed to read 30 pages in Death by Baguette." Nice name. Valentine's Day Murder in Paris, really long name, by Jennifer Alderson. Book 2 in the Travel Can Be Murder Cozy Mystery. Very nice. Death by Baguette. Love it. Love it. Christina says, or Davenport by Jaleesa. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's a term I haven't heard in a long time, but yep, Davenport. That could totally be your sofa or couch or something. Yep. Though I feel like I get a specific piece of furniture with that. And Storm says, "Tiffany, we were just talking about cozies a little while ago, and now you pop up." Exactly. My mom would say her ears were burning. And Jasper says, "Here we say bathroom or restroom. My grandpa, who grew up further north, calls it the pot." Oh, nice. And I have a client who calls it the lavatory, however you spell it. Ooh, that's a really complicated one to call it the lavatory. I don't think I've ever been in a conversation with somebody who said they needed to go to the lavatory. Interesting. Sue, I say soda in Southern California. Yep. And Pensacola Comic Con is the one this weekend. New York is in October and San Diego is in July. I'm going to the smaller one before I dare tackle the bigger ones. Makes sense. That's a nice way to like break yourself in. So sounds good. Christina, she headbutts us to get us to follow her. Oh, that's like the beginning of her Dory moment. Oh, she really is like a fish because, fish will bump into you. I have no idea what she wants. We have checked everything. I think she wants us to make it spring. Yes. Have you read The Door into Summer, Christina, by Robert Heinlein? I just read it last year, and there's a cat in there that's like looking for spring or summer. Actually, he's looking for summer. But I think you would like the cat in there, and it would remind you of your own cat. And Jaleesa, yeah, I have older parents. They're in their early 70s. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense because that would fit with the time period where there were actually like different types of sofas and we called them by different words. And Rope Crewman says, laugh out loud, my birth name is Ben. Okay, but most of my friends on YouTube call me Rope for short. True story. Well, hey, yeah, I mean it's your call name. I don't know. Ben, I might call you Rope because I kind of like that. Christina says, "Hi, Tiffany. Sorry you're not feeling well. Hope you feel better soon." Yes, we all do, Tiffany. And Jaleesa says, "I made it 13% of care work. Very nice. It's kind of dense. Yeah, it sounded like it would be. I wish I had the ebook. I had to slow the audiobook down. Did you ever mention whether that was a fiction or a nonfiction? It sounded like nonfiction by what you said. And hello, hello. Laugh out no the corner storm. Through rain, storm, or sickness, I shall talk cozy mysteries. There you go. There you go. And what kind of themes are you looking for, Nicole? I don't know. I'm just looking for something that would be like a good introduction to cozy mysteries. Like I'm a major scaredy cat and I don't like on-page gore or darkness. I like lighthearted things. I mean, I read not lighthearted things a lot too, but and I like comedy mixed in with my um mysteries. So if you have one that's like kind of on the funny side. And Jaleesa says, "Oh, and I say both interchangeably to mean any carbonated beverage, soda or soda water." Yeah, and that's what I figured. I figured you do soda, soda water. Yep. Seltzer water is club soda here. Oh, that's really confusing. Okay, interesting. So yeah, they're mixing up the names. And Rope says, an educator who often works with kids, I often find myself referring to the bathrooms as the potty. Yes, that can happen. I lived in New England for a while, and that one really got me confused because I worked in a small town there and I taught middle school with kids. And, they all have the New England accent, which I was used to. I grew up in like central New York, like I said. And so, that's totally fine. I'm used to a New England accent, but we really got into the thick of it there. And then they started saying words that I was like, I don't know what you're asking for anymore. Because I had a student come up to me one day and they were like, Miss, can I go to the bubbler? And I was like, the who's a what? I just said, the bubbler. And I was like, and I literally had to look around the room and I'm like, bubbles? Bubble? I was like, I don't even know. I barely know what you're saying. And I definitely don't know what you're talking about. And she literally had to walk me over and she was like, I'm thirsty. Can I get a drink from the bubbler? And I looked at her, I was like, the water fountain? I had never heard that before. The bubbler. So, because it's New England, there's no R's there at the end of that word. But I was like, she wants to drink from the hose? Like, what is going on? She was looking at me like I was crazy. And I was looking at her like, when did we stop speaking the same language? Apparently, we never were. And Jessica says, I was reading, how did we get onto the conversation of toilets and bathrooms? Well, Jessica, that's what happens if you press mute for too long. Don't listen in. Couldn't tell you. So hopefully somebody in the comments has mentioned that. I don't know where the conversation went. And I just took it somewhere else. So, and Teresa says, my grandparents always say Davenport. They were from Chicago, originally Lithuania. That makes sense for Chicago for me for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like furniture was more high and hip there. And Christina says, I heard it called the powder room or the John. John, I've heard a lot. And depending on who is speaking, my grandma or my grandpa. Really? Oh, oh, oh. I read that wrong. I read that wrong. Depending on who is speaking determines. I thought you meant depending on who was talking, you've heard some people in the toilet, their grandma or grandpa. Moving on. We're just gonna keep going. Said to Jessica, "How does any conversation go anywhere?" Yeah, right? I think it would be fun to make a flow chart of reading sprint conversations just to see which topics lead to which. That is so true, Rope. You should totally do that and share it with it all. That's all. Like make a whole diagram that you can, post the graphic for so we can really see how this happens. Jasper said, I read a children's poem book that says all cats should have three names: a normal one, a completely unique one, and one that only they know. Well, they definitely have two names then. And so one of mine is Simba Saudi Pop. Nice. I don't know why, it just sounded fun. I like it. And Jaleesa said, yes, care work is nonfiction. Okay. And Jessica is just laughing at Jasper now. No, I agree. That was funny. And Jasper says, my other name is Sebastian Sibidoodah. These are great. Does your cat know? Because I feel like your cat might have some attitude about that. And Christina says, and my mom and dad, I love older parents too. Ladies always say powder room and farmers say John, which I always found weird since grandpa and my uncle are John. Yeah, that is kind of funny. And there's a lot of Johns in my family, so I can relate to that. Like nobody's calling it that. Jessica wrote, that was a reply to your comment. Yeah. And Jaleesa, what grades have you taught, Nicole? I've taught anywhere from middle school up through high school. So I taught as young as fifth grade, um, and then like seventh and eighth graders, and then all grades in high school. So at not all at the same time, though sometimes it felt like it. And Jaleesa, I thought about teaching because my degree is in math, but I feel like I don't have the patience to do it with the large classes. I could see that. You could always tutor. People always need math tutors, Jaleesa, especially younger grades and stuff. So if that's something you really want to do, side hustle. Mhm. And Mary Hope says, I'm from Vermont and people tell me I have an accent. I don't pronounce the T's at the end of Vermont. Oh, so you say Vermont? Interesting. I've never thought about that. I will agree, people from Vermont do have an accent, but I don't know that I've listened long enough to figure out like where it's occurring. But that's interesting. And Tiffany says, oh, say we are on the same page. I would say Cider Shop by Julie Ann Lindsay, The Amish Candy Shop by Amanda Flower, The Royal Spyness by Rise Bowen, Sophie Kimball, and Jane Austen series. Awesome. Thank you. I'm starring that. I'm going to write it down. And Rope says to Jessica, I don't know exactly how someone brought up the terms restroom and lavatory and just sort of continued from there. Yes, that's more or less how it happened. And Tiffany says, I was cut off by YouTube. How rude, but maybe a sign. Yeah, maybe so. They're like, okay, I know. Jessica said, actually, if we're talking toilet names, Kiwis can sometimes say the bog, the dunny, the loo, and the crapper. Well, hey, we have the loo and the crapper too. We've joined you on that. Now, who gave it to who? That's the real question. And Storm's laughing at Tiffany. And Teresa says, I went through the airport in Boston and was at a food checkout and could not understand what she was saying to me. I stood there looking around for help and no one came. That is like so true. That is such a Boston experience. Yeah, depending on where you are from Boston, like their accents vary a lot for a very small area. And when you get to somebody who's like Back Bay or like really truly from some part of Massachusetts there, all of a sudden you hit a point and other than what do you want? You understand nothing after that. So if there are other people from around the world who think they don't understand what that New England accent is. Yeah, some of us here in the US don't understand it either. We're also like, what? What are you saying to me? But I love it. I love the accent. I think it's amazing. And Jackie says, that's interesting, Teresa. My grandma was from Germany, but lived in Illinois and said Davenport too. Ah, interesting. And my son and nieces still do. Really? Wow, I don't think I've heard anybody say Davenport in a long time. That's really interesting. Christina said, a girl I went to college with said Bubbler too. Yep, water fountain. She came from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Oh, and they're a Finnish descent. Okay, yeah, okay. I could see that happening. That's interesting. And Storm says, bad YouTube for cutting off your recommendations. I know. They're like making you hold back on me. And Jamie says, my grandma used lavatory or powder room, divan and commode. I think because they sounded posh. I would agree. She wanted to marry a doctor. Oh, and wound up married to a janitor. Well, that's what love does to you. And she was always trying to act richer. Interesting. It's complex life that people live. Tiffany says my grandparents always said icebox and Davenport. Yep. And Jasper said yes. They both know both of their names. Their first names are their main names to get their attention. Their middle names are more lovey names when we're cuddling. They don't always respect them though. Your cats sound wild. And Teresa said, "Someone tell me how you highlight someone's name you want to address. You want to address. So you would put the at sign and then whatever the person's name is, and it should pop up if they're still in the chat. I hope that makes sense. But it's at like for you, I'd put the at sign Teresa S, just as it's spelled on the screen there, and it should highlight it. It won't show up as highlighted for you though, but it will show up as highlighted for them, which makes it hard to know whether you did it correctly. And Jaleesa says, I tutor math and reading comprehension. Oh, okay, nice. Jamie said, I'm from Colorado, but a lot of my family is from Michigan and Ontario areas originally. Okay, yep, see? And Christina says to Tiffany, I heard that the Jane Austen series was good. And it's like, not by Jane Austen, but yeah. Jaleesa, the weekends mostly, everyone says I should be a teacher. No, ma'am. Well, hey, stick to what you like. Jaleesa said, if I am a teacher, I want full control of my classroom. The state did a complete takeover of Houston ISD, and the teachers are miserable and the students are barely learning. Well, yeah, stick to your tutoring. If that's what you're enjoying and it's working, do it. And Jaleesa says to Jamie, Grandma drank her tea with the pinky up. Sure did. And Jamie says, yeah, oh, no, she was saying your grandma was doing that based on what you said, as if the tea tastes different. Yeah, exactly, right? And Christina says, mine said icebox too, Tiffany, but that was what they were originally called before electricity. So they or the grandparents probably had an actual icebox. Yep. Or they still had, they grew up calling it and just never stopped. Yeah. Yeah. Because we're really not that far from removed from an icebox. In fact, I recently saw a house in Detroit that, do they still have the actual icebox? I don't remember, but they still had the space where the ice box would be and the little window and door where the Iceman would drop the ice through. How awesome is that? And Christina, oh, I just read your comment. Yeah. And Jasper said, I promised Simba that if a week has at least 2 nice days, so 50 to 80 degrees Celsius, ooh, yeah, or I mean Fahrenheit, that's really warm, then I will take him outside at least once that week. Time to live up to that promise. Fair enough. Enjoy the walk. Hope that Simba enjoys the walk. Tiffany said, super funny, but I do always try to let people know the humor is not for everyone. It can be really self-deprecating. Her parents send her the funniest emails. Okay, well, that's a good warning to know. And Rope says, Jaleesa, tutors are every bit much as an educator as classroom teachers. Absolutely. Keep doing it. You're incredibly valuable and should be continually reminded of that fact. I agree 100%. And Jaleesa, oh, we call it a cooler. Icebox is scary. It's a weapon if you put somebody in it. Yeah, ignore me. I watch too much television. No, I hear you. I'll never forget that episode of Punky Brewster. You know. Christina, well, we are from the boondocks, so electricity, phone lines, and internet go to us later than other places. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, if you're from the country, you definitely would have had an icebox a lot longer than, you know, a refrigerator kind of thing. All right, here we go, guys, into our last sprint. So fun talking about ice boxes and accents and soda and toilets. So again, how did we get there? No clue. Anybody make that chart that Rope was talking about? No? All right, 45 minutes. I will see you at the end of this last sprint. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did that final sprint go? Mine went well. I'm noticing my hair is looking wild. Um, but I started Dune that during that sprint. And how far did I get? Not very far, it feels like. Oh, I guess farther than I thought. I read about 15 pages in Dune. So I will take it. So I started that and look, guys. I got bookish packages. Who wants to see a little unboxing before we leave? Let me know. All right, let's see how you guys did. Let me go to the comments. Gotta back it up. Guys were chit chatting. Let's see here where we left off. Christina was saying, I trust you, Tiffany. You have never steered me wrong. Good to know. And Tiffany says, especially in math, Jelena, you need a superhero cape. Yep, we were talking about how Jaleesa is math tutor and well needed. And Vanessa says, last sprint, I'm going to read this time. Did you read, Vanessa? What did you get done? And Christina said, we had a party line, and other people think that is just a saying, and the saying is not the same as what it actually was. Yep, I grew up with a party line as well, Christina, and sometimes it was not a party. Sometimes it was just annoying because you wish those other people would get off the phone. And Jaleesa says, I try, Tiffany. I can only do it on the weekends, but I'm always checking in on my students during the work week because I know they need the encouragement. I bet you're a great math tutor, Jaleesa. I could just totally imagine that. And Jessica says, read a little bit, had some brunch, and hung washing. Nice. Going to spend the rest of the day deep cleaning my room, so hopefully there are other sprints to help fill up that time. Yep, where there's always good YouTube videos to watch. That's what I like to do when I'm cleaning. Or I'll try and be around at a sprint for the chatty time and then switch to a video while everybody else is reading if there's something else I have to do. Do that too. Thanks so much for the sprints. You're very welcome. So glad you were here for a decent amount of time. I am too. It was great hanging out. Laura says she got to page 144 of Hall of the Sea. Thanks for the sprints and fun time. Absolutely, Laura. Thanks for joining us. And Christina read a couple more chapters. Then my earbud decided they did not want to connect anymore. Love technology. Yep, I hear you. Every now and then you're like, oh, come on. And Christina, and I am not sure I like this Celine character. I just want to keep reading so I can figure out who she really is. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had books like that where I'm like, I don't know whether or not I like this character, but they're a prominent character. And why are they a prominent character? Because they're not a likable character. Storm says, got wood in, made a fire, sounds cozy, cooked a little something for supper, ate, and while doing that, I listened to Rose by Lee Greenwood, a retro Western romance. Nice, Storm. Sounds like you have a cozy evening planned. Rope said completed half of my class exercises for the rest of this week. Nice. Thank you, Nicole, for making this possible. Absolutely. You're totally welcome. So I'm glad you could join us. It was nice to have you here. And Jaleesa said, made it to 22% of my audiobook care work. Nice, Jaleesa, you're coming along. Yeah, book mail, right? Yeah. Storm says, me. I want to see. I want to see. And Jaleesa says, I like your hair. It has a lot of body. Yeah, that's because it's all on this side. This side is now flat. I don't know how I did that, but at this angle, yeah, I agree. I'm kind of liking how it's doing its thing here. Anyway, Rope says, more importantly, I finished the first chapter of Batman. Nice, year one. And I think after years of experiencing all the characters in this world, Jim Gordon might be my favorite character. Nice. I love when that happens, when you finally figure out who it is that you're liking and enjoying. Yeah. And there's a lot of characters to like and enjoy. So Jaleesa says, yes to book mail. I am vicariously living through you right now through the book mail. Well, very good. I'll get to that in a second. Yes, please. Always love bookish things, especially books. And we'll even get some AMSR while I open it, I'm sure. And Vanessa says, got into the first 50 pages of American Marriage, and it's great so far. Good. See, glad you got some reading in there. And Coda says, I still haven't read. That's okay, Coda. And doing a lot of sitting around. I was about to get in the shower, but I will wait for the book mail. Yeah, there you go. And Rope says, at least the iterations I've experienced, I'm sure there's a writer somewhere after 30 to 40 years worth of stories that's ruined him. That's true. But at least enjoy them while you still can before you get to that book. And Jackie says, finish the book. Yay, Jackie, you did it. And I have to look for another by this author. Nice. That means you really liked it. And Sue said, I only got 15 pages read because my kitten was being a monster. Well, first it was Christina with the head-butting Dory, and now it's you with the kitten. Those cats, man, I tell you. And Tiffany says, oh, thanks, Christina. That's amazing, Jaleesa. They do need the encouragement. Love that you are there for them. Sarah from the Bookish Knitter has sprints tonight at 7. Thanks for letting us know. So, yeah, so that's just in a few hours, depending on your time zone. And Christina says, well, I guess it's a few hours for all of us, no matter what time zone we're in. It just might not be 7. And a rope says, Christina, what are you reading again? And Christina wants to know what's for supper. And Tiffany says, I watched an episode and a half of Golden Girls and think I took a little nap too. Those are the best ones where you're like, oh, I think I fell asleep. Christina says, Lexi Rhodes reads, just started sprinting. So nice if you want something in between. And Storm is having chicken. And Christina said, thanks for letting us know, Tiffany. I will change it on the spreadsheet. Oh, okay. Was it wrong on the spreadsheet? Well, there you go. And Storm says, I will be there with Sarah. Coda says, breeze on at 7:32. Nice. And Rachel says, cleaned up the porch, but after the rain, I'll have a better idea of how to start gardening. Nice. Well, have fun with your gardening. I have a brown thumb, literally and figuratively. So there you go. Christina, are you sick? You are probably not hosting Making Sense Now. Yeah, that would make sense as to why they're not hosting if she's sick. All right, here we go. So the first package is from Archipelago Books. So this is my subscription, and I'm sure they sent me an email telling me what they're sending me. Did I look at it? Mm, mm. And ooh, there's multiple books in here, I think. Yep. So here's my 2 packages. They feel like nice thick books too. Oh look, they put it in a manila envelope. And I'll take down Christina's comments so you can see better. Though Rachel did say last year she kept throwing seeds, saying something, anything, just grow. And it came up prettily. Oh, well, that works out. That's how I garden as well. Funny that you say. And the one year that I tried that and was successful, my husband came inside one day after doing yard work and said, I got a lot of yard work done. I mowed the lawn, I trimmed the bushes out front, and I pulled those weeds that were growing on the side of the house. And I was like, great. What weeds on the no, my flowers. I had planted wildflowers and they came up. And then he took care of them for me. And Sarasha says, thanks for the sprints. I got a little done, but it was fun to hang out. Yes. Tiffany says to Christina, thank you. Yeah, I have no voice. I think my husband is a little happy. Rachel is smiling. Yeah, no, totally helped me out. Okay, here we go. So in the first bunch, it is What Kingdom? And Archipelago Books, they do translated works. So this one is translated from Danish, and they always have interesting covers. And I also got Angel of Oblivion, which is translated from German. Wasn't somebody talking about this book recently? I feel like somebody recently read this book. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to keep this on here forever, so I'm not going to say what these books are about. You'll have to wait until my next book call. But ooh, I like this one. For Now It Is Night. I like the cover of this one. And that is translated from Kashmiri. I have not read anything from there. And ooh, this is really interesting too. Flashback Hotel. And where is this from? It looks like an Icelandic name. Mm. Oh, contemporary South Africa. I was totally wrong about that. Well, maybe not with the name. That name may be Danish, but okay. All right. So I got 4 books. and my subscription from Archipelago Books. There's this. And then I have my huge box here, which I feel like is just Amazon playing me and acting like they sent me a lot of stuff because I'm pretty sure I ordered one book that's not that big. Yeah. Really? I mean, I get it's a hardcover, but it seems a little excessive to me. So this one, if you've been watching my channel, you know I'm reading The Confessions of Nat Turner, and I've come to some conclusions about that book, which then led me to buy this book. And it's called In the Matter of Nat Turner: A Speculative History. And he talks about at length about how the history of Nat Turner is largely speculative, and he goes into all the speculative accounts of Nat Turner's history, including talking about the book that I'm reading. So this is a nonfiction work, and I know enough about it to say that, and that I'm glad to get this. And it feels nice, but oh boy, it's going to be some dense reading. So that's my little extra book boxing that we got just because I went till 5 o'clock today. So how about that? So let me read the last of the comments and then we'll head out for the night. Let's see where I left off. Shervasa was saying, thanks for hanging out. Tiffany was saying that she has no voice. Rachel was, commiserating with me about my garden. Yeah. Rachel said my grandmother and mother would come over and try to do that very thing. Yeah, weed your flowers. Yeah. And Christina says lots of water, Tiffany. Yes, I hope you start feeling better, Tiffany. And Rope says, oof, the flowers. Yeah, no kidding. And Tiffany says, Nicole, thanks for the sprint. So fun. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining. It was great having you here, and I hope you feel better. Christina says it's fixed on the spreadsheet. Awesome. Thanks for everything you do, Christina. Rachel says they're weeds. Give them a chance. Maybe they'll turn out to be flowers. And then they turned out to be flowers. Exactly. No, I have a rose bush and a hydrangea that is the envy of my neighbors. And what do I do to take care of them? Nothing. We have lived in this house for 17 years and not once have I trimmed that rose bush the way or done anything to it. And last year we had so many roses on it that we had to like give them away because otherwise it'll just grow into our house, like come through the front door and inside. And this year we had rose hips. So my nothingness is doing wonders for that plant. Christina said, thanks for hosting. You're welcome. Thanks for joining. Jaleesa said, what a waste of a box. I know. Right. That's what I was thinking is a bubble envelope. Yeah. Could have said, thanks for the sprint. See you around. Sure thing. Jaleesa said, oh my gosh, my eyes, the tiny font on the Nat Turner book. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it maybe looks slightly bigger in person, but not much. And thank you again for keeping me company. You're welcome. I'm glad you got a lot done. It was good talking to you. See you later, Coda. Yep. See you guys probably exactly. Yeah, at Breeze, basically. Basically. See you shortly. Yay, Jolisa. Storm says, always fun seeing what books you get as it's so different from what I read. I know, and that's the best part because then you never know when somebody will mention something that you're like, oh, maybe I'll give that a try. And Christina said, see you later too, Storm. Thanks again for the sprints. Hopefully, I can use this momentum to carry me through the next few hours of productivity. Yes, I hope so, Rope. It was nice having you. And Rachel saying, ooh, yeah, I love it. And Vanessa, thanks for hosting. When do you usually sprint? So usually I sprint every Monday at 9 a.m. till about 2 p.m. I'll go longer on Mondays if it's like usually a federal holiday, so it's what it's working out to be, or a random school day off. But I do try to put in my community post if I'm going to do random pop-up sprints, because I will sometimes randomly sprint. But usually it's every Monday, 9 to 2. It was nice having you, Vanessa. I'm glad you stuck around the whole time. I hope you had a good time. And Tammy says, thanks for the sprint. You're very welcome. Guys, I had a great time. Thank you for sticking around and hanging out with me today. I got tons of reading done, got my audiobook going, and started Dune. So I couldn't be happier. And yeah, I hope you all have a great evening or morning or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. and that you have a good night's sleep or get lots done with the rest of your day or whatever you're doing. So until I see you next time, ooh, look at that bell going off just as I'm saying that. So until I see you next time, I hope you have a wonderful week. Bye.